Is our clerk coming? Angie?
Angie's back.
Hey, we want you up here. So we want to.
I will say this. This is the best way to go to a Board of Justice meeting. I like it. Uh,
Only if you share.
I'm glad you like your apple juice that
She
you're
did-
drinking.
She didn't mean if you attended here. So there's no drinking in here, just so you know.
I'll bring the bottle next time.
Okay, the July 28th Board of Adjustment meeting will now come to order. Looks like we got a good crowd, guys. I want to just kind of briefly describe quasi-judicial. Quasi-judicial is where we get to ask the questions, but we're not politicians. So we have to have a complete and thorough understanding. We are also not always subject matter experts, so we rely on the subject matter experts. We also, from time to time, would allow folks to who don't have standing, who are not got called, to say a few things. Now, we don't have to do that, but generally that's what we've been doing in the past. So I'd like can I have a raise of hands of the folks that are going to be testifying or wish to testify today? Okay. And how that goes is if you wish to testify, if you're not on the docket, then you will come up here and you will explain to us what your expertise is, and then it's determined whether or not you have standing to testify. Any questions about that? No? We're good? Okay. Okay, without further ado, we always start out with a moment of silence. So let's just take a brief moment of silence. Okay, we got sound effects too. So do we have a couple of board members online? I see Arrington.
There.
Say-
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Dave.
Where's Dave? Okay. Okay.
If
Okay.
you-
So
I'm sorry to interrupt. Arrington and Danny, if you all don't mind just stating your names for the record, please.
Arrington Cox.
I'm Danny Sharp.
Thank you.
and I'm Mark Spence.
Eleanor James.
And Scott, what's your name?
Scott Adams, zoning administrator.
Okay, so we need to certify a quorum. So we have 4 variances. You have to have 4/5 of a vote. And we have 4
Well, you have
plus
five,
1.
We have
five members present.
So we have a quorum.
That is correct.
First item on the agenda is we need to adopt a meeting agenda as presented. Do I hear a
Motion. Yes.
have a motion? Second.
Second,
And a third. But we don't need a third. Okay, second is adoption of the meeting minutes.
Motion.
Have a motion, have a second?
Second.
Have a second? Okay, we've got 2 evidentiary hearings tonight. First one is lots. We were going to do that one first.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is lot 766 Graybeard Trail in on Montreat's extraterritorial jurisdiction. It's PIN number, and forgive me for this, but they make me read it. 072-111-435-50000. And there'll be a test after this. The suggested motion is to grant or deny a variance request of a 0-foot rear setback on the property's north side. The Montreat zoning ordinance R3 low density residential zoning district requires rear setbacks of 20% of lot depth or 35 feet max for single family and two family dwelling units. And it's in section 503.9. For the folks that are online and the folks that are here, everybody should read this. Everybody. Maybe not easy to understand, but this is how we live, and these are the rules that govern us. So I highly suggest, even if you're thinking about doing one down the road, the ordinances are very important. And so if you would, I'd like to suggest you go online. It is on the Montreat site. So I guess what we'll do is we'll start with Scott first, and Scott will present the town's.
Sure. You could pull up the presentation for the variance. So I'm Scott Adams. I'm the zoning administrator for the town of Montreat, and I'm just going to give a brief presentation on the nature of the variance requests, and then we will have the applicant or members of the applicant's family give any testimony or presentation that they wish to. So this is on lot 766. It's currently unaddressed, and it is located in Montreat's extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ. Next slide, please. The current zoning is R3 low density residential. The setbacks are listed there. The existing land use is a vacant residential building lot. The lot size is 0.29 acres, or just about 12,632 square feet. There is a note there about the minimum lot size for the district being 20,000 square feet. However, this is an existing lot of record and therefore only subject to performance standards for lot size. Performance standards meaning well and septic permitting requirements per Buncombe County. The proposed project is to build a new single family detached house. And the variance request is that the applicant is requesting a 0-foot rear setback on the north side of the property. And I have a few more slides that'll explain just the nature of that. So just on the bottom there, that is a reminder that building with a 0-foot rear setback versus 20% of the lot depth does require a request of a variance from the Board of Adjustment. Next slide, please. This is just a brief overview map of the site's location. There toward the lower left, highlighted in yellow, it's a triangular shaped lot. This was also the map that was sent out with public notice to properties within 250 feet of the site. You'll notice a black arrow noting that everything north of that is in Montreat's ETJ, and everything south of the red line, which is Montreat's town limit, is in the town limits. Next slide, please. This is just a quick exhibit that I'll actually use for both this presentation and the presentation on the next hearing. It's just a quick point of reference on a couple of different property owners in the area, as we do have is it John Richardson, I believe, that will be wanting to speak on both cases. His two properties are highlighted there in red in the center of the screen. The Wade family is on the triangular shaped lot in the lower left in blue. And then there are two other property owners which concern the next hearing, just highlighted just to the north there. Next slide, please. So the nature of the request, and I'll have a slightly larger exhibit on the next page, but this is really just a kind of quick overview of what's being requested. So as noted, section 5039 is the minimum rear yard or setback requirement for lots in the R3 low density residential district. It requires 20% of the lot depth, which I will have another slide in a minute that shows what the average lot depth would be on this very uniquely shaped lot. The applicant request again is for a 0-foot rear setback. That's shown there in the dashed black line. Essentially, this is a rough schematic of a house footprint that the applicant has submitted, and the footprint of the house or the back edge of the house would be at the north property line. And the reason that the applicant is requesting this is for flexibility in siting the house in relation to a mandated septic field location per Buncombe County. I'll show that in a moment. That's on the south side or the downhill location of the property. Next slide, please. So this is from the applicant's existing Buncombe County Division of Environmental Health septic permit. You can see there on the lower, I guess the lower half of the property, the dashed lines, that is the proposed location of the septic field for the house. So that's thus dictating the house be pushed further north from the south of the site. And again, that is the downhill location on the site. Next slide, please. This is a generalized house footprint that the applicant has supplied. It's obviously working off of an existing template with a deck and covered porch proposed off of either side of it. This is the information that the town has received to date. So it just gives you an idea of the rough layout of the proposed house. Next slide, please. So this exhibit shows what the average lot depth on the site would be. Again, it's on a triangular shaped lot. It is rather difficult to find an average, but just going on the basic furthest stretch on the left there, that's 112 feet, 68 feet in the center, 30 feet at the very narrow corner on the right there. So taking that average, that's 70 feet of average lot depth, 20% of that would be 14 feet. So their by right rear setback would be 14 feet and they're requesting 0. Next slide, please. With that, I'm glad to take any questions or let the applicant speak a little bit further to their application.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is Lapsley Lane, they say that this is unopened.
Yes, it is currently it's an unbuilt right of way. It's a paper street of sorts.
Does
And
the town have any interest in future opening of this road?
not to my knowledge, and to my knowledge, that is an MRA right of way, not a town right of way.
MRA right away. Okay.
Yes.
And do we have anything from the neighboring parcels? We do. We'll hear from.
I have received an inquiry that I noted from apologize if I can't remember the gentleman's first name, the Richardson Properties. He called earlier today wishing to speak, I believe, in support of this.
In support of the way. Okay.
Yes.
But the 4 that are right here, do we have anybody?
I have not received any direct
There's somebody here
communication.
that's. Are you one of these 4? Right here. Right there?
One more.
Oh, up here. But no, none of these that would directly.
And I haven't received any direct communication from those parcels.
Okay. And I'm also making a subject that ETJ is subject to all the town zoning rules.
That's correct.
Scott, Danny Sharp here. Is there any difference between an MRA right-of-way and a Munn Street right-of-way, township right-of-way?
Essentially, it's the current ownership of a given right of way. So, much of the either built or unbuilt right of ways in the ETJ. I can't necessarily speak to the area of the ETJ west of town, but I know in this specific area, these are all MRA right of ways. So, I believe the applicant may be able to speak a little more to this. I know they've been in conversation with the MRA specifically on that unbuilt right of way along Lapsley Lane.
Is that a 30-foot right-of-way?
Yes, I believe so.
have a question. This is Harrington Cox. A 0-foot setback bumps this property up against what? The neighbor's line?
No, ma'am, it is, it's directly adjacent to the unbuilt right of way. So it's, I guess to give you a simple answer, it's not backing up to any currently private property. It's, I should say it's quasi-private property. It is MRA right of way. So it is a, trying to think of, it is a right of way. So that by its nature is for a common or public use, but it's owned by the MRA. It is not a town right of way. But what basically if the house was backing up at a 0-foot setback, it would not be immediately adjacent to any existing private property or lots.
But it would be right on if they would decide to build a road, it would be right on the road.
But yes, potentially.
Scott, do you have any idea how wide that unopened section is?
I believe it
I
is
don't see it on here.
30.
it's a 30-foot right away.
Hey, Scott, this is Wade Crozier. My my family is the ones who own the lot, and it is 30 feet. Latchley Lane is currently 30 feet, and we've been working with the MRA on talking about that section. The biggest thing they wanted to make sure of was that they left 30 feet for current or future utilities, or if there would be a road. But they didn't seem very concerned about it because of the road on the upper properties. I don't think I remember what that one's called.
Foreman.
Foreman Road. So there's access to the lots on the top side, which is where you would normally access those anyway. But my aunt would normally be at these meetings, Theodosia. I know Scott knows Theodosia has been in contact with her pretty regularly, but she's out of the country right now. But I just wanted to say I really do appreciate all y'all's help on this, especially you, Scott. I know we've been going back and forth a lot over the last few months about it. And I would just really like for y'all to take into consideration. Our family has consistently owned the same lot since 1908. It's one of the original lots. And we would just like, the opportunity to be able to build a family home up there. Would appreciate y'all's consideration.
Okay, we appreciate that. What we really need to do now is anyone wishing to testify in this particular case, would you raise your hand? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to call you up here and we need to swear you in. So come on down.
Up to that microphone right there.
Yeah, up to the middle microphone.
Mark, I'm passing you their variance application. That's just for reference. We'll grab that shortly.
Okay, come on up if you want to speak.
Got a baby.
Which one will speak?
Sorry, we can't hear.
Test. We good? Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm John Richardson. This is Laura James. We own the 2 lots in the center of the presentation. And if I could speak on behalf of both of them, I'm going to say the same thing. I'm 100% in support of doing everything we can to encourage good neighbors being good neighbors and building quality houses up there to build community. So I've owned my property since 1998. My dream in life was to own property in Montreat. I question my sanity about that sometimes now, but appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of both Theodosia and the Burns family, because I think it's going to be great once we get through this. So thank you.
Point of clarity, could I see where those two lots are that this gentleman just spoke to, what lots he is referring to that he owns?
Right here.
Could you share that on the screen, please?
Richardson in red.
Thank you.
And yes, I'm Alan Crawford. I'm actually a representative from the EJT on the Planning and Zoning Committee. And I am also a resident on 3 lots up there as well. But okay. Is this any better? Okay, sorry about that. Yes, Alan Crawford, EJT representative from the Planning and Zoning Committee, and also a property owner within 300 feet, invited to participate. I am also in favor of allowing the request to go through. The reason being, not only that property, that clearance area is part of the Montreat Association, but also if you notice, there's almost impossible to make that an actual driveway anywhere. And it should be sort of a greenway or just maybe a right of way or right of access, because that's about a 300 to 280 degree turn, almost impossible to make by almost any vehicle. The property on the front end has also been already overrun by Graybeard Trail, and putting that in, I think that was mentioned in the information given. So that land in the front is taken away from them already. And there is water lines running underneath their property as well. So I think anything we can do to assist the Wade property from going forward, I'm for. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. We have questions?
Well, we have nobody from MRA wanting to speak to this.
I have not
This-
received any communication from
Okay.
anyone with MRA.
I do have one question on the photograph here,
Yes, we can bring that up on screen if you wish to.
right, where they've superimposed the floor plan of the
It's
house.
the last slide.
Keep going. Keep going. There you go. And very small. Let me get my glasses. It says 45 feet in depth and 47 wide. According to this drawing here, I get the 47 across and I see the 45 in depth, but there's an additional covered porch that goes another 4 feet. So that's actually 49 feet.
Right, and those are two different pieces of information that I've received from the applicant. So in terms of the level of detail that they have provided or that they currently have, I'll let the applicant speak to it, but I don't believe they have there's definitely not a firm house plan yet. I think what they're first seeking to do is just simply,
Be on the
See-
line and no further.
that's correct,
Okay,
yes.
all right, because that,
Right.
the way
it's-
this is planned is that, oh, we're on the line, oh, we need another 4 feet. And we
Right.
need to be-
So the information that I have received to date is, again, it is
Okay.
very much a sketch level house footprint. I think the main nature of their request right now is just the setback variance.
And the back going to be on the, okay,
Correct.
that's what I want to know. Thank you.
So
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, you're referring to that 5-foot covered porch on the back.
Yes.
That was just a generalized plan. As Scott was saying, that porch is actually going to go away, and it'll be on the side. So it'll fall into 45 feet width, and it won't go 45 feet. The depth won't be further than 45 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So this house plan is not set in stone, correct?
No, ma'am, that's correct. It's just a general floor plan right this minute. We were waiting to finalize anything based on this meeting.
Okay.
That's my question.
I've got a question for the owner. Is this the minimum variance that will make it possible to request the use of the land?
So we've been up there with the contractor and done a lot of measurements, and been up there with the surveyors and the Buncombe County Health Department. And our lot at the very front, and Scott had mentioned a little bit, where the septic system has to go, it has to be so far off the fall, where it drops off right there at the road. He said he could give us a little wiggle room, but it was like 3 or 4 feet, going down a little bit further. And we can always, we hate to, because the rooms are fairly small and everything now. I mean, we can shrink a foot here, a foot there, and, maybe get 5 feet out of it. But it's just such a tight lot dealing with that septic on the front. If we could, get that 0 setback, and then we'll still have that 30-foot buffer in between the properties, that would be amazing.
Is the septic system already in?
No, it is not
It
to
is-
my knowledge.
It is not. Okay.
Mr.
No,
Kirk,
it's currently not. No, ma'am.
it's been-
So that's floating around too.
Well, we cannot move the system anywhere on the lot, other than he said we might could move it a few feet towards the road, to help us on the back side of the property a little bit. But where it has to go on the front, the amount of drain fill and everything we need, it's got to go in that area.
What happens to Graybeard Trail if you build on top of it?
Well, currently Graybeard Trail goes through our property. If you were to go up Graybeard Trail right now and stand in front of our property, there's actually a survey mark in the middle of the road where years ago, however long ago, they reworked the trail. They got it onto our property. And this is some things we've been going back and forth with MRA about. And that's why they came up with closing Lapsey Lane.
Closing what?
Closing Lapsey Lane.
Okay.
Like it would never be a road. That's what MRA came up with. They just wanted to keep the 30 feet there in case of sewer system possibly going in
Yeah.
at a future date. But and with them closing that and kind of giving us that extra footage on the back, or that buffer on the back between the properties, then we would give them correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, I know we've all been talking about this, but give them a right of way through our property, basically an easement to go up to, I believe the reservoirs up there, or there's the water lines and stuff go through there.
Yes. So Josh, actually, would you mind toggling to this? There's a slide with this portion of the survey on it. I believe it's after this. Yes. So basically what you're looking at is an excerpt from the survey. So the sort of patterned line is it's basically the edge of pavement or edge of gravel road on Graybeard Trail. That dashed line running straight across the bottom of the property is a 6-inch town of Montreat water line. And then yes, Lapsey Lane just to the north, there's currently an unbuilt right of way So my understanding from discussion to date with Theodosia Wade, your relative, is that you all have been in discussion with MRA about potentially closing or abandoning that right of way. And typically what happens when you close or abandon a full segment of right of way is that the adjacent property owners essentially take ownership of ownership to the center line of the right of way. So in essence, if that right of way was closed and abandoned, that would be 15 feet of additional space to this subject property and 15 additional feet of space to those 4 that have frontage along there now.
Which would give them the 14 feet setback that they needed for, okay. And
Yes.
this is, so in essence, you've made a deal with the MRA. We'll give you an easement if you let us move back into this right away,
Well,
subject to the.
I'll let the applicant speak to this, but my understanding, again, to date, and I apologize, Wade, that Theodosia is not here, but my understanding in communication with her to date is that you all have been in discussion with the town on an easement regarding the water line across the front of the property. I don't know specifically about an easement regarding the road, but the
Okay.
water line is it's a related but separate issue.
Thank you.
That's correct, Scott. It's, we were just kind of waiting on, this part of it, as far as getting the setbacks, straight with y'all before we did the full commitment with the town of Montreat MRA on the easement on the front to see where we stood on that. But the MRA is fine with closing Lapsey Lane. They have no future plans in using it except for possibly a sewer line. But that's why they wanted to maintain that 30-foot, that 30-foot in between our property and we actually have some other family properties behind us, the Kennedys and those folks. So, but it would not be for a road. It would be for something like sewer or water, if it ever got up there all the way.
Wade, is there any way that you can adjust these house plans to fit this lot? I know you could. Couldn't you? Couldn't you build
Well, it's
redesign, make it fit the lot, and then because we don't know what MRA will. You don't know what they're going to do in the future. They might come down your driveway. I wouldn't depend upon what anybody else says. I would adjust to what you got, and then you're safe forever.
well, we also have the MRA attorney working with us on it, and he's a real estate attorney, and he's very familiar with everything that's going on. And the way the lot is, it has
Excuse me, can we just, sorry to interrupt. There's some noise going on here.
Children playing in the background or something.
Okay. We'll let them go. They don't have
Sorry.
understanding.
Sorry about that. But the way the lot falls, if you look on the top left corner, there's also a high voltage power line.
Uh-oh.
So we have to definitely stay off of that. And that's why I would go all the way to the west side of the property, and we could probably come down some more, but we have to stay so far away from those power lines also. So we're and if we go down further towards the smallest point of the triangle, then we're messing with the front and the back of the setbacks. And we were also trying to keep the footprint of the house is only 45 foot by 45 foot. So we're trying to keep it as compact as possible. It will be a 2-story structure. And it's still only a 3-bedroom house.
This is Danny again. Is there someone that could speak to why the Graybeard Trail and the water line was placed on their property?
This is Scott. I can speak very briefly to just a very bit of sort of past history research that I did on that question, and I have shared that with the applicant pretty extensively. My understanding of the water line was that I can't remember if it was originally installed, but certainly modified sometime around 2009 or 2010. That was in looking at construction drawings from McGill and Associates. They were the civil engineer of record on the project for the town. Past that, I haven't been able to find anything definitive, stating, when, where, or why that was installed in the location that it was. Really just, a little bit of research on somewhere around that time, it was either installed or modified in that location. And this 6-inch water line runs clear up to the town's wells north of here. So it's not a local water line.
Is Graybeard Trail a part of the Montreat Wilderness?
I'm sorry?
Is Graybeard Trail a part of the Montreat Wilderness?
I do not know that. I'm hearing a yes on that. I'm not, I'm hearing a yes and a no. It is my understanding is that it is a, MRA / public, or sorry, private road up past a certain point. It's, posted as a private road, certainly further up, but whether or not it is part of the wilderness, I don't know that.
Would it be fair to say that the MRA has incorrectly put a water line and also a Graybeard Trail on another person's property instead of in the right of way?
So I will,
Or in the wilderness?
well, I'll speak briefly to that question on the two items of the water line and Graybeard Trail. So the water line, to my understanding, is the town's, not MRA's. Graybeard Trail, I know from looking at plats from, I believe, 1906 and 1908, there have been roads up there of some form shown on plats, again, that are over 120 years old. So in this specific location, I don't know what the current origin of the current road is, but at least in looking at plats from over 120 years ago, there are paved roads, assumingly built by the MRA or adjacent property owners that are shown in this area from that long ago. So to your question, Danny, on MRA placing either the road or the water line, my understanding of the water line is much newer than the road, and the water line is the town's. The origin of Graybeard Trail up there, I don't know as much about. My assumption is it's MRA's, given the existence of MRA much longer than the town.
So then my question would change. Would it be appropriate to say that Montreat incorrectly installed a water line on someone else's property instead of the right of way?
So just to clarify, the water line is the town's, not the MRA's.
That's what I was saying.
Yes, I've got a quick commenter from the back with maybe some.
I believe that's an extension of Highway 9, and that when the town limit ends and the ETJ begins, it stops being Montreat Town's road and becomes a county road. And the reason I say that is because over the years, a homeless woman hid out under my porch when I lived at the very top, and the Montreat police had to call the county sheriff to go up and take care of her. So any services that we need in the ETJ are provided by the county. So technically, I think the private road may have been put up by John Burris to just keep people from driving up there, but it should be maintained by the county. And
Well, I'll make
so I don't know if that's right or not.
I'll make a quick sort of inside baseball comment. So in North Carolina, there are no county roads. NCDOT, by and large, maintains anything that you see in an unincorporated area. To my knowledge, North Carolina 9, which is the state highway right here, ends at the gate. So the ownership of it up that far, I'm not aware of any NCDOT ownership or maintenance of it up there.
Yes, I'm still asking my question about the water line, not the road. did the town of Montreat incorrectly construct a water line on this property instead of in the right of way?
That is a question that the applicant has posed to the town, and that is a question that I have attempted to follow up on, at least in terms of property records and history research, but that's ultimately a question that I would pose to the town attorney. I have not gotten an affirmative yes or no answer on that to date.
How long has that water line been there? Anybody know?
Sorry.
How long has that water line been there?
I just spoke to it a moment ago. I believe, I know that there was active work on it. Again, I don't know if it was the installation or maintenance on it somewhere around 2009 to 2010.
And you owned the land at that time.
That's a question.
We've owned it since 1908 consistently.
So the town of what you're basically saying is the town of Montreat has come onto your property and built a water line without your permission.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. And we've had some previous meetings with the mayor and the city engineer regarding all that, because, you know, we basically, you know, we'll give them an easement to maintain their water lines going up Graybeard Trail, because they have to cross our property currently as it stands to go up the property or go up the road. But the city of Montreat has given us permission to access the water on the land or coming from the property, even though it's outside the city boundaries. And we've been working with the city attorney, again, like I said, and the city engineer regarding that. But the city engineer, I don't remember which meeting it was, maybe in January or February of this past year, he did recognize that they were encroaching on our property.
Okay, I'll ask you again. Is there any way you can redesign this house so that in the future, nobody can come after you and say, oh my goodness, you know, this water line belongs to us. You're gonna have to move the house. Or I'm thinking of your safety in the future and your investment in the future. And I really would love to encourage you to find a way to build this house on this lot that's secure in the future.
Yes, ma'am. I believe with us working with the MRA's attorney and our attorney, I believe we can come up with a law, can't think of the word, but a contract binding or a document that will protect us if we currently build it the way we're wanting to right now, from anybody trying to either take property back or encroach on our land. I feel comfortable in that.
So this is coming from your attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he is also the attorney for the MRA.
Mhm.
So I think that's right. I have to double check it. Don't quote me on that, but he feels comfortable about it too. But they didn't want to do anything until they knew that we could get the setback from y'all, the permission for the setback. And I agree. I mean, I want to make sure, you know, we're doing everything we can to have all the I's dotted and T's crossed.
My concern is we keep hearing these questions and we're not really getting a whole lot of answers. Is this the time to do this, or do they need to go back? And because if we're ruling, we need to rule on something that's fairly concrete that says if it has to be this one, that's why I asked the question. Is it the smallest possible variance that we could give? And I can't get that answer right now because I'm getting non-answers.
So to look at it like this, the MRA has agreed to close Lapsy Lane, which is 30 feet wide. If we put our, I don't know if there's a drawing with Lapsy Lane closed, but It's 30 feet wide. So if we put our property line or put the house all the way on the current property line on the back of it, then the center line between the back of, I believe it's the Kennedy lot and the Burris, one of the Burris lots. I think it's the Kennedys in the middle. I'll be 15 feet off the center line from Lapsy Lane, and they will also be 15 feet off from their property line.
But then there's that 0-foot setback.
It's the MRA is basically giving us land back on the backside of our property and giving land to the Burrises and the Kennedys on the top side of the property, 15 foot each across the whole back, that would equal 30 feet of Lapsy Lane. So
Yeah, and I'll just briefly just kind of summarize I guess what would potentially happen with the right-of-way closure or abandonment is that essentially, each adjacent property owner north and south of that would gain 15 feet. So if the house was built at the 0 lot line today, if the right-of-way was closed or abandoned, then effectively that their property would then have a 15-foot setback to the new property line, which would be the
which would
center
be
line of the
within,
right-of-way.
which would be within the variance. And basically MRA is just saying, we're not going to give you that technically because we might want to put a pipe or something down there, but effectively we
Right.
want to allow you to do that in return for letting us have the trail in front.
Right. And for just another quick sort of spatial comment on that, if and or when an MSD sewer line was ever installed, their typical easement is 20 feet. So even if you were carving 20 feet out of 30, that would be 5 and 5 on
You
each
still got
side.
it.
And how would that be codified in terms of, it sounds great. We've talked to everybody and everybody's wanted multiple lawyers to talk to, they're all wonderful, but I'm sitting here.
Sure.
I don't want to throw water on them.
Well, is the MRA willing to sign away, basically?
That's the, I
An
mean,
easement,
that's
has
the
anybody talked about an
conversation.
easement?
That's the conversation that the applicant, I believe, has been having to date with MRA, but I have not had any, the town, or at least I'll represent that myself, I have not had any direct
So is that,
communication from
so are we
MRA.
discussing it now because they're waiting for us to decide, yes, we're okay with that, or are they?
That's my understanding from the
So-
applicant.
So we have to agree to this or not before they will say, okay, we'll put it down and we'll codify this.
That is my understanding from the applicant of the sequence of events.
Well, the MRA, like I said earlier, they know they're in the wrong about Graybeard Trail. It effectively takes, I don't remember how many feet of the front of our property, buildable, usable space. So they have agreed to share or to close Lapsy Lane and give each property owner, us on the backside, 15 feet across the whole back, and the Burris and Kennedys, 15 feet across the whole back. So that will still happen whether we do we get the setbacks or not. They're gonna, I believe the way they said they would show it, the original lot would still stay the same, but it's gonna be basically a separate lot given to us in the deed book, us across the back and the Kennedys and Burrs and such. It'll be a separate lot,
So you'll be,
more or less, but it'll be our lot.
okay, so you'll be protected.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
This Danny again, this seems backwards to me. It seems like MRA should close and abandon this right of way, deed this right of way to the neighbors, as we talked about, 15 feet to the north, 15 feet to the south. And then we wouldn't be having this conversation about a variance.
I agree, Danny. I agree. We're coming at this backwards.
Not understanding why MRA hasn't done that. I'd like to see that done.
Yeah, me too.
Any more from anybody on this matter before we deliberate?
Well, in this situation, if we don't deliberate, if we want the MRA to do that first, then I would suggest he withdraw his request for a variance so that we can hear it again codified.
Is that
If
in the
not,
form
we'll
of, a
have to
mo-
wait.
is that in the form of a motion?
That's my motion is advise the applicant to withdraw, get this codified by the MRA, and then reapply, because if we turn it down now, you cannot reapply again for a year. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. So you also do have the option to, you have the option to approve, you have the option to deny, or you have the option to continue this to a further date determined.
So we could
that's a-
continue.
So we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Motion's on the table.
To what?
Could I ask one thing before y'all vote?
Sure.
We haven't had a
Um,
second, but you can do that.
I understand where y'all are coming from. But what is the harm in going ahead and giving a 0 variance? Just curious. On the current lot, the way it would be.
I guess maybe 50 other houses would like a 0 variance to get, I don't know. Each one's separate, so I can't really answer. My problem there is I'm very with at least what I've heard from the board. There's lots of questions and we'll talk to them and the lawyers will talk. And really, when we want to do a variance here, we're doing a variance that's going to run with the land from now on. That's the way the variance operates. And so I concur that I think it would be in your benefit, not saying we're denying anything at this point, but it'd
We're
be,
tabling this, basically, right?
Well, we're asking either say a continuance until you get this straightened out. Or you've got 3 options. We can continue, you can withdraw, or we can vote.
I don't want to vote on this now. I
And
want to go
if we vote to deny, you cannot come back for a year to request this again. So if you subsequently work this out with the MRA, we won't be able to hear this again until next year. So
I
there's
might,
options.
I'd like to add that as I understand it, if MRA grants this and deeds this to the north and the south, you would not need to come back to apply for a variance.
That's true. So it's up to you to make that decision. What would you like for us to vote? Would you like to continue, or would you like to withdraw?
And I'll just make a quick comment that just for Mr. Crozier, what I hear the board stating, and you all can clarify this, is that you are certainly seeking more information. And I think that's what your discussion right now is.
Yes.
the motion before the board is that we suggest that we continue this to give them further time to clarify this information and to work with.
Yes, we can make that motion.
Is that- is that the
I'll make a
motion?
motion.
And I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
But Wade, this Aaron, I want you,
Too late.
I want you to understand that we are not against you.
Yes.
We want this clarified for you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I completely understand. Trust me, it's been a very confusing year and a half dealing
This
with a
lot
lot.
is impossible. This lot is impossible.
It's tough for sure. And I mean, we definitely want to do what's in our best interest. And we also want, we want to make, the MRA and the town of Montreat happy, because we want to make that eventually a home for us. It is our home away from home now. But I will get some more information from the MRA. I'll get with Theodosia. She's supposed to be back next week, and we'll talk to the lawyers, and I'll let them know. And we can actually watch this again too, and we'll talk about it. And how would we be able to bring it up at the next meeting? I know do y'all meet every month?
Uh,
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Okay.
The answer is yes. And,
Got it.
but I don't think we have to put a time on it. When you come back and say, yes, I've got all the answers and everybody's on the same page and this is what I'm proposing, then it becomes a pretty clear issue for us either way.
Or you don't need a variance at all because you
That's
have
right.
your setback.
That's right.
Gotcha.
You may not have to come back.
Okay. All right. Well, I will get that information, hopefully by the next meeting. And I will either need to vote or may not have to. So.
Yeah.
But I thank y'all for y'all's consideration and concerns. I really do.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I promised several that I would take breaks. It's 6 o'clock. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Scott, can you hear me still, Scott? I was just going to say, I'll follow up hopefully with you or somebody in the next week or so. Okay.
Okay.
Once I find out some more information.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, it's all I do is bring them. You just want people to be within an inch. Did you say you're working at the assembly still?
I am, but most of the big conferences.
Huh.
I'll probably might get in here once or twice.
Right. So I'm still going to be within Land of Sky. It's with the MPO, which is the Transportation Planning Body. So, and I've done that before. So it was kind of they had two staff leave, and I was sort of approached by them, and it was like, well, I've done that before, and weighing it up. So I'll still indirectly be checking on treat on the Texas Road Bridge and pretty much anything transportation related. Yes. Yes, she is. Yeah. So, yeah.
Oh,
is basically a summary of what we're here for. So what I just make a note as is, this is, so I'm the appellee, Mr. Hamilton is the appellant, Wade and Susie Burns is the separate property owner. So if you want to call it, Jim Hamilton, sorry. Right. So I just, basically, I'm presenting, I guess he's presenting, and I think it's fair enough to give them. They have different
All right, let's do it. Moving right along.
Come back to order. Yeah. Absolutely.
Not tonight.
Don't know if that's good or bad.
Volunteer for this.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, we're back in order. Next matter is an evidentiary hearing considering the appeal of the determination made by the zoning administrator regarding provisions of the stormwater ordinance. The appeal concerns the question of whether or not a 30-foot stream buffer is required along a segment of a stream that has been termed an ephemeral stream by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, NCEQ. The question of the applicability of the stream buffer relates to the proposed construction of a house on the lot in R3 low density zoning district owned by Wade Burns and Susie Burns. Property is further located on lot 778 Foreman Siding Road in Montrese extraterritorial jurisdiction, also known as the ETJ. The appeal of the zoning administrator's determination that no 30-foot stream buffer is required has been filed by James Hamilton and Syria Christina Hamilton, immediate property owners at 780 Foreman Siding Road, further described as PIN number 072-111-874-2000000. Okay, at this time, can I have a raise of hands on who we've got, who are going to testify that I'll need to swear in? Okay. If you would, we'll come up here and we'll do it all at the same time. That's all right. Clerk will. Okay, anyone that's not in the vicinity of the lot who wants to have standing, I'd like you to come up and say why we should give you standing. That's what we have to determine first. Why are you here? Okay, so if you would, go ahead in the back here. And state your name and where you from? What's up?
I'm Zan Price. I'm an engineer here in Asheville, North Carolina, working with the adjacent property owner as an expert witness.
Okay, and any objections from the board?
Yeah.
No.
So moved. Anybody else?
Again, I'm John Allen Crawford. I am EJT representative and also within 300 feet of the property, and that's why I'm here.
Any issues with the board? You guys okay with standing? Okay, we're good. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm not quite sure if this is my time to make a.
Yes, sir.
or
You
not.
just go right ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you're just briefly explaining your background and your request for standing, I believe.
Yes.
So he's just wanting to clarify when and where he can.
We just want to qualify you as, if you're coming as an expert witness, we need to qualify that
Sorry,
fact.
yeah, my name is William Seaman. I'm a full-time resident at 425 Appalachian Way. I am a career aquatic scientist. I'm a professor emeritus, University of Florida, department I helped found in fisheries and aquatic sciences. I chair the stream team of the Mine Street Land Care Committee. And during my presentation, I will present research results for a project that I initiated, funded, and supervised. I could tell you more, but that's the basic.
That's enough for me. Any objection from the board?
I think we got it.
And before we vote, I need to, or before we get involved, I need to ask, is there anyone on the board, either here or online, who have any conflicts, prior knowledge that would not allow them to make an independent decision, or a decision that's, do you have any preconceived decisions in your mind?
No,
No. No. Okay, proceed. I now open the evidentiary hearing of the matter and ask for testimony from the zoning official.
Josh, if you could bring up my presentation on the appeal, and if you could just make it full screen, please. And I'll also just make a note that I've got a handful of exhibits, which I'll enter as they come in. I'll be entering this as an exhibit as well. So all of this will be entered onto the record. This is what I hope is a relatively brief summary presentation of some background information and just an overall overview of the appeal. The appellant will obviously have their time to present information as such. And I believe, subject to you all, the subject property owner will also be given their time to present any information. So with that, I'm going to read off of my own, but you all are welcome to look at the copies you have or on screen. So just a brief overview. Next slide, please. So the subject of the appeal is a property that is zoned R3 low density residential. The standard setbacks are 30 feet, 15 and 30 feet, or 20% of rear lot depth. It is currently in a vacant residential building lot. The lot size is just over a quarter acre, or 11,326 square feet. As I noted earlier on the previous case, lots in the zoning district, the minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet. But again, in this instance, this is an existing lot of record, so it's only subject to well and septic permitting performance requirements from Buncombe County Public Health. The proposed project that is the subject of the appeal is to build a new single-family detached house. And the high-level summary of the appeal is that the zoning administrator, myself, Scott Adams, determined that per section 305 of the Montreat Stormwater Ordinance, a 30-foot vegetated stream buffer is not required on the subject property, given a North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality or NCDEQ stream determination of ephemeral. The appellant counters that a 30-foot vegetated stream buffer is required on the subject property since the stream is shown on NCDEQ reference maps. NRCS stands for Natural Resources Conservation Service. It's a sub-agency of the United States Department of Agriculture, and USGS stands for United States Geological Survey. Next slide, please. So this is just a brief overview of the area. The lot highlighted in yellow is the subject lot and the subject of the appeal. This was also the map of properties that were notified within 250 feet of the property that is subject to the appeal. The area is located entirely in the Montreat ETJ. Again, that black arrow pointing up is the ETJ. The red arrow pointing down below the red line is the town limits or the town limit line. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a quick illustrative of a handful of property owners in the immediate area. The previous case you heard was the Wade family on the triangular shaped lot. The three red, yellow, and green lots that are shown up there, or I should say, Mr. Richardson owns 2 lots shown in red. The Burns lot, the green lot, is the subject of the appeal, and the yellow lot, Hamilton, is Jim Hamilton, the appellant. Next slide, please. This is just a quick detail of a survey that was done for the property owner, Mr. and Mrs. Burns. There is a notation on there from the surveyor of the stream center line in question being a drainage ditch. That's what the surveyor noted. There is a detail located in the center of the screen there noting flag at subsurface. So they're delineating where what's been determined an intermittent stream above that line, above that dot goes somewhere subsurface. So
Wait a minute, it's saying what, that an intermittent stream is where?
the intermittent stream is above that dot. So essentially, if you see flag at subsurface,
Oh,
that
okay,
dot
I see
right
that
there,
little red dot.
that's-
So it's intermittent above. Okay,
right.
thank you.
And if we'll go to the next slide, please. So this is a screenshot and markup of the town's current stormwater ordinance. And I'm highlighting section 305, which is general standards. And the first element of it basically describes when and where 30-foot stream buffers are applicable. You'll see a couple of different phrases throughout this presentation. The state regulations refer to it as a vegetated offset, but basically if you're thinking either offset, buffer, those are the two primary terms of art that you'll see in the presentation. So I just want to highlight that the town's stormwater ordinance reads, all built upon area shall be at a minimum of 30 feet landward on all sides of any surface water as measured horizontally on a line perpendicular to a vertical line marking the edge of the top of the bank. A perennial or intermittent surface water shall be present if the feature is approximately shown on either the most recent version of the soil survey map prepared by Natural Resources Conservation Service, that's NRCS that I mentioned earlier, of the United States Department of Agriculture, or the most recent version of the 1 to 24,000 quadrangle topographic maps prepared by the USGS, United States Geologic Survey. An exception to this requirement may be allowed when surface waters are not present in accordance with the provisions of 15A NCAC 2B. That is, NCAC stands for North Carolina Administrative Code. That is the law which North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality follows regarding this specific requirement. So I'll just reread that. It's saying an exception to this requirement may be allowed when surface waters are not present in accordance with the provisions of 15A NCAC or similar site-specific determination made using Division of Water Quality approved methodology. And I've just got a quick screenshot there of the Division of Water Quality's methodology for identification of intermittent and perennial streams. That is their methodology that they use. There's also just a quick note on there. The town's existing stormwater ordinance was last revised in February of 2010. So the reference there is actually slightly outdated. There's just a note of clarification that that reference was transferred in 2020 to the statutes shown there. Really just a bit of information. Next slide, please. So what I've got here, and I apologize on screen, can both of the board members on Zoom see the entire screen? If you could just
Yes.
nod. Or
Yes, yes, we're
Thank
good.
you. So what's on screen here is an email that I received April 27th of 2021 from Andrew Moore. He's an environmental specialist with the Asheville office of NCDEQ within the Division of Water Resources. And what I've got highlighted here is that, it's the substance of the email. On the right, I'm just blowing that up for improved readability. He is stating if the feature is found to be perennial or intermittent, the vegetated offset would apply. That is the stream buffer. Again, slight change of nomenclature, but it is the stream buffer. If the feature is found to be ephemeral, the vegetated offset would not apply. This was an early inquiry that I had as I was being asked about both this property and other properties within the town regarding stream buffers. Next slide, please. This is a copy of the NCDEQ stream determination letter issued by Andrew Moore with the Asheville office on June 28th, 2021. The highlight there in the center of the screen is determination, and the determination is ephemeral. That's underlined there. If you go to the next slide, please. This was also an attachment to the letter in the upper left there. That is a snapshot of the United States Geological Survey map showing streams in the area. This stream center line is shown on that map, but per what's called a stream determination request, a property owner can request that DEQ visit the site and the specific segment of the stream to ascertain its status as either intermittent, perennial, or ephemeral. And I'll get to the quick definition of each of the three of those in just a moment. The call out in the upper right was made by Mr. Moore with DEQ. He is writing there, approximate intermittent ephemeral boundary. Blue line is intermittent upstream to undetermined point. And he also makes a notation of the stream center line on the property as ephemeral. I just made a note in the lower left upon receiving this that parcels were highlighted by myself as of October 27th, 2021. Next slide, please. This is an email from July 26th, just 2 days ago, as I was trying to communicate and confirm with the local NCDEQ office that the previous information that I had was still the same. This was from Stan Aiken, who is the regional engineer with the Asheville Regional Office of NCDEQ. And he has highlighted there the relevant section of the state law, which is mirrored in the town's stormwater ordinance. I just note there that this is follow-up from staff. Stan Aiken consulted with Andrew Moore in their office and noted that, again, that the 30-foot buffer is not applicable to stream segments deemed ephemeral. Next slide, please. This is just a quick highlight of the stream determination process. So this is taken directly from state law. It's regarding post-construction stormwater management. basically just highlighting there that streams, the status of streams is determined by DEQ's Division of Water Resources. Next slide, please. This is a quick highlight of the subject property's existing septic permit. The permit, or the technician with Buncombe County Environmental Health made a note on there referencing the stream determination letter that you saw a moment ago, noting that it is in their parlance an ephemeral drainage way, not a stream.
Just a minute. When
Yes.
you look at this, they're pointing to, who's the staked 3-bedroom house? That's,
That's the
Proposed house?
conceptual design for
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
proposed
So it goes
house. Yes,
more like
sorry.
that.
That's correct. Yes, if
Okay.
you see in the lower right there, the N with a slash through it is the
So the
north arrow.
Hamilton house would be over here on this side.
That's correct.
Thank you.
On the next slide, this is just a quick overview from the Department of Environmental Quality, speaking to the definitions of ephemeral, intermittent, and perennial streams. I won't read all of this, but in essence, they are, listing ephemeral streams as, features that only carry stormwater. They are not touched by seasonal high water table. And if we go to the next slide, this is getting to the specific definitions of ephemeral streams from state law. And I will just briefly read this again. It's state law defines it as a feature that carries only stormwater in direct response to precipitation. An ephemeral stream may or may not have a well-defined channel. The aquatic bed is always above the perched or seasonal high water table, and stormwater runoff is the primary source of water. An ephemeral stream typically lacks the biological, hydrological, and physical characteristics commonly associated with the continuous or intermittent conveyance of water. I also note the definition of intermittent stream. It's essentially a stream that flows for a portion of the year, typically during winter or spring when there are higher rainfall and precipitation amounts from snow. It notes that the flow may be supplemented by stormwater runoff. And it also notes an intermittent stream often lacks the biological and hydrological characteristics commonly associated with the continuous conveyance of water, which is mentioned on the next slide. So the two yellow and black highlighted items there, this is the definition of a perennial stream. Think Flat Creek or any other body of water that is flowing more or less year round. Groundwater is the primary source of the water for it. It also carries stormwater runoff. A perennial stream exhibits the typical biological, hydrological, and physical characteristics commonly associated with the continuous conveyance of water. So it is perennial. It is always flowing per the definition. Seasonal high water table is defined there, meaning it is the highest level of the saturated zone in the soil during a year with normal rainfall. Seasonal high water table may be determined in the field through identification of rhizomorphic features in the soil profile, essentially digging into the soil to find elements of aquatic life, which I'll show in a moment. Monitoring of the water table elevation or modeling of predicted groundwater elevations. Next slide, please. I'll just show a couple of excerpts from a presentation that was done by the then Director, Division of Water Resources, Tom Reeder. This presentation stems from 2014, but to my knowledge and communication with DEQ, the methodology is still the same. You go to the next slide, please. So this just briefly speaks to streams that are regulated in the state. It's just a very brief overview. They are sometimes colloquially called blue line streams. It's not an official term, but it is a general term for streams that are regulated. Next slide, please. This just gives a very brief graphic illustration of the differences between an ephemeral, intermittent, and perennial stream. On the left there, you see that an ephemeral stream is basically above the seasonal high water table, so it's not interacting with water below it. That's again, to those definitions that were previously listed. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a brief overview of an ephemeral stream. It's essentially a stormwater conveyance. It's noting that it lacks biological and other characteristics of continuously flowing water. Next slide, please. So this is the question, why are ephemeral streams not regulated? It's noted that there is minimal to no aquatic life within them. They're showing an example of a fly larvae within that. Next slide, please. For an intermittent stream, again, that's a stream that's flowing through part of the year. It's noting that it's got a well-defined channel. There is some base flow. It lacks the same biological and hydrological features of a continuously flowing stream of water. Next slide, please. So this is just a very brief overview of why intermittent streams, even though they lack as much biological activity as a perennial stream, why they are regulated. Next slide, please. Again, just a bit more information about why intermittent streams are regulated. Basically stating that they are often at the headwaters of different water systems and contribute to downstream pollution. Next slide, please. This is just a brief snapshot of typical aquatic life that is found in intermittent streams. So again, just comparing the previous slide for ephemeral streams, seeing a fly larvae, that's one. You're seeing 6 images of 6 different things here. That's at least on the glance of this, a six-fold increase in aquatic life. Next slide, please. So perennial streams, again, just a very brief overview of what they are and why they are important, and also what their biological significance is. Next slide, please. Again, the jump from an intermittent to a perennial stream, at least in terms of biological life, would primarily be through small amphibious creatures like salamanders and fish and other related wildlife. Next slide, please. With that, I can certainly pause for any questions from you all, the board. I do have a handful of other informational slides should they come up, but I wanted to just keep the scope of my comments brief for now.
I have a question.
Yes.
On this, this one right here.
Yes, the septic.
Yes, I mean, we're talking about it being intermittent above this dot, ephemeral below. Does it ever become intermittent again before it reaches Flat Creek?
I believe so. The segments of stream are individually assessed, but in my communication with DEQ, I haven't had an indication of it being, I'll say, the same stream above and below. So it's, I mean, in essence, there is an intermittent segment above.
Then it becomes ephemeral.
Right.
And then intermittent again.
Right.
Do we know how far down?
I do not know.
Scott. Questions for Scott? I'd like to reserve the right to.
Certainly.
I can't hear.
Mark was,
I
sorry.
just said, I'd like to have to reserve the right to call him back should we need him after. Okay.
And I'll have a couple of questions just to get some things in the record of Scott.
Oh, well, let's proceed and do that now then.
Okay. Just you give a brief description of the general process for getting a new home approved in Montreat and what permits are required. And does the town require a survey?
So the requirements for building a new home are generally a scaled site plan and any attendant permits that come along with that, whether you're triggering the stormwater ordinance, the steep slope ordinance, excuse me, and then any other attendant ordinances that are related to that review.
I want to show you the survey. And have you seen those documents?
Oh, okay.
Yes, I have.
I have copy, I'd like to enter in the record, I have copies for the board and for Mr. Hamilton. So, Mr. Chair, if with your permission, it may be entered in the record. And, yeah, I did. And then Scott, you're familiar with those documents, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
So, Mr. Chair, just asking they be put into the record.
So moved.
And then if I can, the stream determination letter, have you seen that? Obviously you have, so you just pointed that out.
Yes, I have.
And why did the town require stream determination?
In short, the segment of the stream is shown on a USGS quad map. So per the regulation, it's stating that, if a stream center line is shown on the map, it's subject to the buffer unless a stream determination is found by the state on the status of the stream segment being, again, ephemeral, intermittent, or perennial. So the letter serves as state certification of the status of the stream segment.
And sort of like you're answering that question, but it's why was it done by Mr. Moore and not by you?
Because it is a state regulation.
And then section 305, I'm just giving you a copy. And so you've seen Mr. Moore's stream determination.
Correct.
And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of his determination?
I do not, no.
And then, Mr. Chair, if those could be admitted into evidence.
Let me ask the folks, any objection to the board member online? Okay. It will be. I think I hear you.
You lean just within about an inch of it.
It's not on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
On the
Uh,
top.
There's a
or
switch on the top.
Josh, yes.
Switch it to you.
I'll try it.
And just lean in within about an inch or so.
Is it on now? Sounds like it. I have
Yes.
no objection.
I'm sorry. Who are you? I just want to know.
Good, great. Who am I and why am I here? I'm James Hamilton.
Okay.
I'm the owner of the adjacent property along with my wife.
Thank you. Where's your wife? She here? Okay, thank you.
Did we swear you in?
Yes, he was part of the all hands on the red book.
Didn't hear.
Yes.
And one more thing for the record, that just to clarify that both of the applications included a drawing that shows the ephemeral stream on the property. Is that correct?
The Yes, well, you're referring to the stream determination letter or the
They
survey?
show the stream. In other words, you've got a survey that shows where the stream is.
Yes, the survey shows so compared to a generalized map, the stream, the survey shows the definitive location of the stream center line.
And do you have any reason to believe these drawings are inaccurate?
No, that is a sealed professional land survey. So I'm taking it for the surveyor seal.
When was the survey done? Very small. 2021.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Sorry.
Okay, anything else?
Not at this time.
I have no comments right now.
Okay, Jim, your turn.
Well, thank you to the board for having this hearing. As I said, I'm an adjacent property owner to the Burns lot that is at issue here. This is an appeal, to be clear about it, from the final zoning development compliance certificate issued for the Burns lot. And this appeal raises two issues, and I'm not going to describe these issues exactly the way that Mr. Adams described them. The first issue is that the certificate and the building permit that's based on it, the certificate rests on an erroneous interpretation of section 305 of the Montreat Stormwater Management Ordinance. That interpretation by the zoning administrator wrongly concludes that the section 305 30 feet stream setback requirement has no application in any circumstance where the stream has been designated ephemeral, and that this board has no discretion, absolutely no discretion, to apply the 30 feet setback requirement to an ephemeral stream, even to prevent serious environmental harm. Now, under section 303 of the Stormwater Ordinance, this board is given the authority to interpret 305. This board is not bound by any interpretation by some state official, particularly where that interpretation is contrary to the language of the ordinance.
Excuse me for real quick. Do we have a copy of that ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
That would be helpful.
Mr. Burns just gave.
Show me. Show me which, okay. This. Oh, right here, right here, right there, 305.
305.
That's what you're talking about, right
I'm
here.
talking about 305. Also relevant is 303, which gives this board the authority to interpret 305.
This is Danny again. It would be helpful to specify exactly where in 305 and 303 you're referring.
Well, 305, I'm going to go into that in great detail, and it has only 3 sentences. So I will go through that in just a minute.
Thank you.
And Scott, you want to get 305 on the screen?
Yes, I can. Josh, if you could bring back up the presentation, please. And actually, if you could scroll down. Let's see. I'm sorry, go back up. So it's going to be back toward the top of the presentation. I think it's slide 7. I'm sorry, one more up. There we go. That's section 305.
I should point out, and this will be clear when I go through my presentation, that crucial portions of 305 are not highlighted by Mr. Adams on that screen. Now, the second issue is before you today is whether the board should exercise its discretion to enforce the 30 feet setback requirement regarding the property at issue to prevent what we think is serious environmental harm. It appears that this issue has not yet been considered. Now, let me quickly provide some background facts. My Montreat home is at 780 Foreman Siding in the extraterritorial jurisdiction. This house was built by my grandfather in 1908. My property adjoins the property of Mr. and Mrs. Burns that is the subject of this appeal. The Burns property is intersected by a stream that just a few feet, maybe 15 feet or so from his proposed house, continues on my property for around 100 feet before it enters Flat Creek. The stream starts in a spring higher up in the mountain. And that stream was the source of the water for my house until we sold it in 1975. Every now and then we turn on the spigot, now it would come a salamander. The stream flows above ground until it goes underground on MRA property, not very far above the Burns line. And then it flows underground into Flat Creek. I think this is important. This is not just a dry stream bed. There's a water flowing underneath the stream bed into Flat Creek.
Do you have a map that shows where this all happens?
What happens?
Where it comes above and then goes below
Well,
and
I
then comes
think
back up?
Mr. Adams just provided you a map showing where it's intermittent and then where it becomes.
But not below, not on your property though.
On my property, the stream flows underground.
So,
And it
okay.
also flows underground, the surface water, well, not surface water, but the groundwater flows
So
underground.
there's a
on
culvert,
Mr. Burns' property.
there's a culvert underneath your property. When you say it goes underground, there's a culvert that it goes into?
No, it just seeps into the ground.
So-
There are two culverts we'll talk about in a
I
minute.
know, but on your property though,
There's
it,
one culvert that's half in Mr. Burns' property and half in mine.
on half on yours. So when it comes out that culvert, it just kind of empties onto your land and seeps back into the ground. Is that?
No. By the time it gets to the Burns property, it is flowing underground, except in times of rain. And I'm going to get into that if I'm.
Okay.
In times of customary rain, the stream flows overground on the Burns property and my property, and then into Flat Creek. At times, that flow is a torrent. At times, it reaches flood stage, as it did in May 2018, when a flood washed out a road above the MRA property that Montreat, the town of Montreat, actually had to prepare. Now, I submitted, I believe yesterday, a video, which I would like introduced into the record, that shows the stream at times, at a time of flood, flowing, it's a raging stream. And if you haven't seen that, my son has his computer with him and we can show you those pictures of the water flowing on the Burns property, my property, and then going into Flat Creek
Was,
with a
was this
very,
the,
very heavy flow.
was this a video that was talking about Hurricane Eduardo in 2018? Is that what you're
I
referring
think
to?
It was Tropical Storm Alberto.
Tropical storm.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
All right.
yes.
Okay.
Would it be possible for us to see that video?
Yes, actually, I will note that I did save that as part of the project file. So Josh, if you can close out of this.
Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome. Let's see. One moment. I'm just going to work with our miraculous AV tech to bring these up. Just one
There
moment.
were 3 different videos that we had for you.
Yes, the 3 videos and 2 still images. I can bring those up. Just one moment.
Thank you so much.
So Danny and Arrington, can you all see the screen?
Nope,
Okay,
Nope.
one moment.
nope. How can you see it and I can't?
It's technology. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Found the pits of technology.
Okay, can you all see
Yeah.
that?
Oh, my.
Okay.
And that's the culvert that goes onto your property.
That culvert is the culvert going under my property.
Oh,
This shows the stream on the Burns property.
Okay.
And just to clarify, this is footage during Tropical Storm Alberto.
Eduardo or
Alberto.
whatever.
Okay.
It's a torrent, whatever.
And
Okay.
then there's one more. There's one more showing it going into the culvert that runs into Flat Creek.
What is that? I don't know which way that's, I guess downstream. Okay. Yeah. That makes
This,
sense.
this is the stream on my property, I believe.
That's on your property.
Yes.
Okay.
These videos, by the way, were taken by that's my house.
There we go. I see.
These videos were taken by my son, who is in the audience.
How close is that stream to your house?
It's about, right now, I would say maybe 20 feet. My house was built, to say in 1908. Mr.
Mhm.
Dr. Foreman added an addition after he purchased the house, which is closer to the stream than the rest of the house.
And the third
And
video.
here's the third one. That is entering a culvert right there that goes under Graybeard Trail and then directly into Flat Creek.
Can you show that stream as it goes through the Burns property, where it is in relation to the house?
Um,
The house would be to the
Yes,
left.
yes, an earlier video shows that. That I believe is the stream on my
That's your property.
Yes.
Then it turns around. Then it looks up towards the Burns property.
Yes.
There's your
That's
house.
my house.
That's
right there.
looking north.
Wade's would be to the left.
Right.
You're looking up. As you're walking up now, you'll see the culvert, I guess on this one now. Okay, that's still Hamilton. And it should be further up to the left.
So where is the Burns property?
Where's the what?
The Burns property.
It would, in this still right here, Arrington, it would be up to the left. Above,
Okay.
that's to the left.
Okay, so we really can't see
Can we
Actually,
show
you
another
can
one?
see-
land.
You can see the stream on the Burns property.
Can we
One of
see the other
videos.
video with it that shows the culverts? There was another video that
There
showed
were,
one.
There we go.
right.
This
So
is on the Burns property.
Okay, so it goes under the culvert
Yeah.
there. So now the Burns property would be to the right, Arrington.
That's right.
Okay, so they're right up the, yeah, well, you're kind of going 180 degrees,
Yeah, that's the Burns property right there.
which be
Which side of the bank?
the left,
The left side where the rhododendron is.
the left side, and then the video turns around and looks downstream, and it would be on the right when it turns downstream.
All right, so how, okay.
Just to help a little bit,
It-
this is the Burns property right here.
Right over there.
My house is probably 20 feet over to the right. And then at the bottom is the culvert. When the stream comes out of the culvert, it runs into my property.
It cuts, the culvert cuts right across the corner of the Burns property, right at the top.
That's correct. That's correct.
Somewhat.
Okay. He wants to build on that bank where that creek is running.
Well, let's let that be in the form of a question of Mr. Wade here. If we
Mr.
could.
Burns.
Mr. Wade, Mr.
Sorry, there was the Wade family earlier, and this is the
There's a
Burns
Burns.
family now.
Sorry,
That's-
No Ken.
Could I,
it's the second time that's.
could I make one clarifying comment on the phrasing of flooding? Josh, can you bring up the presentation again?
Is this Scott talking?
Yes, sorry, I should have, this is Scott Adams.
I can't see,
Josh, if you can scroll pretty much to the bottom, slide 35. Yeah, right there. And if you can make that full screen. So just a quick technical comment on flooding. This is from the state's flood risk information system. It's essentially a mapping of FEMA floodplains. So in this immediate area, I just wanted to clarify and verify this. There are no known FEMA floodplains or hazards. And if you zoom to the next slide, this is a slightly zoomed out view of the town. So obviously they're in the center of the town along Flat Creek. You can see a significant amount of color for various floodplains and floodways. And then on the next slide, this is just a bit more detail looking at the center of town, Lake Susan, this to the north there. There are FEMA floodplains and floodways documented within town, but in this area further north, at least in terms of any FEMA concerns for floodplains or floodways, there are none documented. That's certainly not to say that during an extensive storm, like a tropical storm or hurricane, there may be some minor flooding, but at least in these videos of a tropical storm, it is a rush of water, but it is contained within the channel. So that by definition is not flooding. It is not coming out of the channel.
Well, that's not what happened in Alberto. In Alberto, there's a road above the MRA property that connects to the Montreat Wells. That road was washed out. There was a 6-foot gash in the road. Also, Graybeard Trail, where Slady Branch crosses it, was washed out. And I was stuck at my house until some kind fella from Montreat came up and repaired the road so I could drive down it. So this was not a minor flooding event. It was a major flooding event.
Will happen again.
Huh?
And will happen again.
Of course, it's going to happen again.
Sure.
And when Dr. Seaman testifies, he will comment on that, I believe, as he commented on that in the 2-page memo that he prepared, a report that he prepared on Flat Creek. Well, I would like to, as I said, have these videos in the record, please. My expert witness, Sam Price of Jennings Environmental in Asheville, is prepared later on to discuss the significant potential for environmental harm to my property and to Flat Creek if Mr. Burns is allowed to build a 3-story house right on top of the stream bank, as he proposes to do. He's doing this despite the fact that I filed my appeal on April 18th, disputing his right to build this house. And he has proceeded to do this before the board acts, and I would submit he's done this at his own risk. Now, the Town of Montreat website says that stormwater and sediment is the number one cause of pollution in Montreat. If Mr. Burns is allowed to proceed to build on the top of the stream bank, stormwater and the various pollutants in it will pollute the 100 feet of stream on my property and then Flat Creek. And additionally, as my expert will testify, construction sediment could cause a significant pollution. The silt fences to control sediment cannot be properly located regarding a building project that is right on top of a stream bank. Now, let me turn, if I might, to section 305 of the Montreat Stormwater Management Ordinance. And as I said, the zoning administrator has taken the position that the 30 feet stream setback requirement in 305 is not applicable in any circumstance where the stream is an ephemeral stream. He thus concludes that the stream on the Burns lot, which has been designated ephemeral, is not subject to any setback requirement. Now, I note that the stream is classified as ephemeral on Mr. Burns' property where the groundwater flows underground, but it is classified as intermittent on the MRA property just above his lot, maybe 50 feet above his lot or so, where it flows above ground. This means that the 30 feet setback rule would be applicable not many feet above the Burns property. No house on the MRA property could be built on top of a stream bank. I think it's fair to conclude that during a storm, not just Alberta, but many of the storms we have around here, that the surface flow on the MRA property, on the Burns lot and my lot is approximately the same. And my expert is going to describe to you the watershed area for this particular stream. It makes no real world sense to say 30 feet, the 30 feet setback on the is needed on the MRA property, but it's not needed on the Burns property. As now I want to explain, even where the stream is ephemeral, this board at a minimum has the discretion to apply the 30 feet setback requirement in appropriate circumstances. Now, section 305.
Sometimes I feel like that.
I have an 8-month-old granddaughter, so I can appreciate that.
Well,
Josh, can you bring, sorry to interrupt for a moment, can you bring back up section 305 on screen? It's early in the presentation, just for reference. Thank you. Yes, thank
And
you.
305 has 3 sentences, which I will paraphrase for the sake of clarity, but I invite the board to compare my paraphrasing with the actual text of the ordinance.
I would like to request that you stick to the language of the ordinance. I don't think it's really proper for an attorney of opposition to use his own language when the language is there in the ordinance.
Mr. Burns, I am making a presentation and I think I can describe the ordinance as I please. If the board disagrees with me, they can disagree. But I have a right to paraphrase for the sake of clarity. And that's the way that I'm going to proceed.
okay,
I'm just
let's,
recording it as an objection.
I agree.
you agree? Well, that goes forward. I will overrule it. We can determine whether it's legitimate information or not, or we will determine that.
Now, the first sentence of the 305 says that all built upon area shall be 30 feet from the top of the stream bank of any surface water. Now, this language suggests a protection for ephemeral streams, which obviously carry surface water after rains. The second sentence of 305, which is based on the North Carolina Stormwater Model Ordinance prepared by the UNC Environmental Finance Center, says that, and this is a quote, a perennial or intermittent surface water shall be present, in quotes, if the stream is shown on certain government maps. Now, this is the case here. This stream is shown, for example, on the 2019 United States Geological Survey topographic map for Montreat. That's not surprising to me since this stream has been here for over 100 years. In this situation, the 30-foot setback rule is applicable. Now, the third sentence, which is also based on the North Carolina Stormwater Model Ordinance, says that an exception to the shall be present requirement may be allowed where the stream is found to be ephemeral and not intermittent or perennial. The language here is may be allowed, not shall be allowed. Section 1 of the Montreat General Ordinances says that the word may should be interpreted as permissive. By contrast, the section 1 says that the word shall is mandatory. But as I said, the language in the third sentence is that an exception may be allowed. In other words, section 305 gives this board the discretion to require a 30-feet setback from the stream on Mr. Burns' property, even though the stream has been classified as ephemeral. Because to my knowledge, no exception to the shall be present requirement has been allowed by this board, the 30-feet setback at present applies to the stream at issue, and Mr. Burns is violating that setback requirement. Now, I respectfully submit that this board, given the language used, should not choose to interpret section 305 in a way that robs the board of any discretion to prevent environmental harm to ephemeral streams and to protect Flat Creek. This board obviously are guardians of the Montreat environment. I think it's a fair assumption that the drafters, the UNC drafters of the third sentence in section 305 and the jurisdictions such as Buncombe County that have adopted this language did not intend to deny jurisdictions the discretion to protect environmental ephemeral streams and to prevent damage to the environment.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, I would like to ask a question.
Sure, this is a
also,
little bit of a complicated statute,
No,
I understand that.
I got you. I walked all the way up into the property up above the MRA property. I walked down and back behind it. So I've seen this, but are we here to see whether your determination is correct or not?
Yes.
Is this addressing that, or is it addressing whether we should be ruling on the actual appeal for the variance itself?
But there's no appeal for a variance. I think, if I may respectfully say, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you have two functions here. One is to determine that 305 gives you discretion to apply the 30-foot setback to ephemeral streams. And secondly, to exercise that discretion in this circumstance. And you will see why you should do that when I put my environmental expert on the stand to describe the situation that is being created by putting a house on top of a stream bank. And when I say on top, I mean on top.
Now, sir, I have one other question. You keep going to 305 and it says perennial intermittent. I don't see ephemeral in this. I understand what you're saying, that we may have the discretion to do that, but I don't see ephemeral in this statute. I see perennial, I see intermittent.
Ephemeral is not used in the language, but if you look at some of the references in the third sentence, the word ephemeral is used.
The third sentence.
Yes. If you look at some of the references there,
Where? I don't,
the word is not used in the third sentence, but if you look, for example, at the section of the North Carolina law that is
which we don't
quoted.
have. We need that in front of us to look. Do you have that? I mean, I'm trying to follow you, but the way I see this written, it says perennial intermittent, and then it says we can give exceptions to perennial or intermittent. It doesn't say ephemeral, but I'm welcome if you can show me,
What the statute says, and I agree that the language could be a little bit clearer. If the stream is shown on a U.S. government map, as it is, it shall be found that it is perennial or intermittent, which means the 30-foot setback.
where is this
applies.
map?
So actually, I've got an excerpt on the stream determination letter. Josh, if you're able to go, I believe up.
So you're saying if it's shown on a map, then it's either,
I'm sorry,
it's a
down.
stream, it's a perennial or intermittent.
If it's shown on a map, and it is, then what the language says,
That's it. So the upper left, that's
Oh, yeah.
it's an
Got
excerpt
it.
from the
Got it.
USGS map.
Okay, so you're saying if it's shown on a map, then it's considered either a perennial or intermittent stream.
yes.
Is verbiage, what overrides a visual map or a written word in the court of law? I mean, if I show you something, or if I have verbal, which would be the most clarifying example to be used?
That the answer to that may depend upon the circumstances, but I think there's no dispute here that this stream is shown on government maps.
We see that, yes.
Therefore, under 305, it says that it shall be found that the stream is perennial or intermittent. And if it's perennial and intermittent,
The 30
then,
buffer,
then
30-foot
you have
buffer.
the 30 feet setback. Then you have the third sentence, which says in essence, and this is why I'm paraphrasing because the language is a bit turgid. But the third sentence says that if the stream is found to be ephemeral, even though that language isn't used, it's what it means. It's found to be ephemeral, then an exception may be allowed to the finding that it is intermittent or perennial, and the 30-foot setback requires. My point is that this language gives the board discretion whether or not to apply the 30-foot setback to an ephemeral stream.
It's also listed as a drainage ditch south of where you're talking about on all that supplied.
It was on the survey, and then the primary evidence that I have relied upon in my determination was the stream determination letter from the state and subsequent, or actually previous and subsequent communication with them.
So it was confirmed.
This segment of stream on this property, yes. And
Yeah.
If I could just briefly speak to the reference to the UNC's, it's the UNC, I believe, School of Government, or I think it's the Environmental Finance Center. There's been discussion of a model ordinance. That model ordinance has not been, that is not adopted law. It is a model ordinance. The law is the North Carolina Administrative Code, which is referenced here and which I've shown on other slides there. So just differentiating that is, the reference to a model ordinance is just that it is a model ordinance, but it is not adopted law.
But Mr. Chairman, the law that you're interpreting is section 305. That is in large part based upon the model ordinance. But the law that you have to interpret is what section 305 means.
Well, I appreciate that. And the codes also tell us that we also need to take into account other things such as the environment and we have, it's not just one thing in the entire code refers to the strategic plan. It refers to when you're looking at certain things, look at the strategic plan. So it's not
Comprehensive plan,
singular.
yes.
Comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
It's just, comprehensive plan. It's not singularly that. And I don't want to.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interrupt, that's exactly what I want you to do. When you interpret this, I want you to take into account the environment, because my expert is going to testify that building a house on top of the stream could cause extensive environmental damage, not only to my property, but to Flat Creek, which is the beloved centerpiece of Montreat. As I said, this stream that enters Flat Creek flows after customary rains. It's often a torrent. At times it's a damaging flood. To my brief, I've attached a report by Dr. Seaman, who's going to talk to you a little bit later, that states, and I'm quoting him now, increasing frequency and intensity of extreme rainfall events is of growing concern. We're going to have more huge storms in Montreat. Not just Alberta was not a one-time off incident. There are going to be more huge storms. And Flat Creek, Mr. Chairman, can be polluted by one environmentally unsound house at a time. And once a creek is polluted, it's pretty hard to bring it back to the pristine state that Flat Creek is in right now. Now, if the board doubts the potential environmental harm here, I invite the members of the board who have not done it yet, and I know you have, Mr. Chairman, to visit this site. See for yourself the potential damage that this house can bring about. There is already plenty of silt in my stream bed, and that silt is on its way right now, the next big rain, to Flat Creek. I've submitted 2 photos that I would like to have part of the record that, again, my son William took. One was taken on March 8th, 2021, of the section of the stream bed, my stream bed, right below the culvert. And it shows clear water flowing over brown ground and some leaves. The second one was taken July 3rd, and it shows a lot of rather gray sediment that now is in my section of the creek. And my expert is going to testify about that a little bit later. So my basic position is that to prevent environmental harm, this board should prevent Mr. Burns from placing a house or other built upon area like a gravel driveway or a parking area on or close to the stream bank.
Again, I'm not sure we're here to talk about whether we're going to place a house there. I thought we were talking about whether we need to have a buffer from the stream.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I may misunderstand here. I thought that this hearing is about whether it's talking about whether there should be a buffer along the stream or not, whether or not the house should be built or not. Isn't that a separate issue?
Mr. Chairman, I think these are very related issues.
Agree.
If there is to be, if you decide in your discretion that there should be a 30-foot buffer, then Mr. Burns cannot build the house he's building now, for which he's already poured concrete.
Which is why we have to determine the stream issue first before we.
You have to determine the meaning of section 305. That's right. And if you determine that you have a discretion under that section to require the 30-foot buffer, then I think you should exercise that discretion here, because if you don't, there is going to be environmental damage.
I understand.
Now, I have some other things to say.
Please continue that. Also, I'd like to remind you, if you're not represented by an attorney, you have the right to also ask questions.
You went away.
I'm sorry. I said, I just, the other person has that. We don't want to get in a big argument here, but it would be, it's perfectly fine. I'm okay with each one of you having your own.
I am happy to answer any questions Mr. Burns might have.
I need a clarification just real quick because we're talking about a vegetative buffer. So it's a question to Scott.
Hmm?
Does that mean 30 feet on one side or does that mean 15 feet on
It's-
each side?
It's 30 feet off of either side. So conceptually 60 feet in total. So 30 feet from one side of the bank and 30
30
feet
feet.
from the other bank. So
Okay.
60 feet plus whatever the width of the stream is.
That's a very good question, and one reason that perhaps you'd like to visit the site,
That's
because
fine.
you have this stream bed that on Mr. Burns' property between two culverts, and I'm not quite sure how long it is, 30, 40 feet, I'm not quite sure. His house is going to be on one side, but encircling this stream bed right now, you have got gravel driveways. Actually, part of the gravel driveway is now concrete, because when they poured the concrete, they dumped the remainder on the driveway. This is an impervious surface, which is going to produce more stormwater into a creek. So I think maybe it's important for everybody to visit the site and see what I'm talking about. Don't take my word
Well,
for it.
we've
Go up
been,
there and
I've,
look at it.
I've been there. I think everybody
there.
has been there to see
Good.
it.
I think everybody's been there.
Good.
It says a minimum of 30 feet landward on all sides. So
So it's
60 feet total.
Perennial and intermittent
Okay.
streams.
If it's perennial
or
or
intermittent.
intermittent.
So Mr. Hamilton suggested to me earlier that he's making this presentation. I've been honoring that. But saying something doesn't make it correct. Saying something can be an opinion, and there's a lot of this, I believe, is opinion. I'm anxious to hear from the stormwater expert. And the question of this major environmental harm needs to be aired out. But one thing that's important to point out is that the state standard for the 30-foot vegetative buffer is on lots 1 acre or more. And that's the way it is in Buncombe County. Montreat said, well, let's make it anything. And so people have lost the use of their property. And so the property where our caboose sits is on the intermittent stream, and therefore it has a 30-foot vegetative buffer there. And accordingly, the setbacks for that property are 100%. In other words, you had the side yards, the front, the rear, and the 30 foots, and that's 100% of the lot. And the reason that the state and county and so forth adopted the state is the notion is we can't take everybody's property. There's got to be some sort of a balance. And so it was that on lots 1 acre or more, you've got room to adjust the house. On this lot, hearing Mr. Hamilton's concern, I put in a variance request. It was on your calendar at one point in time to move it 5 feet further. reduce.
away from it.
Away from it, which would reduce the setback to 10 feet. I was only able to even make that request because Mr. Burris owned, who's here, owned that lot and had his support since we've acquired the lot from him. And so it would be, but once I received notice from Mr. Hamilton that he would take this, however far he took it, needed to stop it, then we withdrew the variance application because it looked like that was going to be the same thing as the hotel. Take
So-
it to
So
state
does
court.
Montreat have the 1 acre rule or not?
No.
Okay, so that doesn't have anything to do with this.
Now, just pointing out that this,
Okay.
the argument has been this, how dangerous it is to have this. So.
Okay, I'm sorry to disturb you. If you could just keep them more in terms of questions of the person. It's okay. No, that's fine. I'm just playing ball here. Go ahead, sir.
So
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think perhaps the most useful thing I could do right now is answer some questions. I do have one other point. It probably is a matter of dispute, but one reason I think the board ought to exercise its discretion and disallow this house is that Mr. Burns has an alternative. He owns right next to the west side of the lot we're talking about. He now owns a lot that's 150 by 150. And I am advised that he could move the lot line, say 30 feet, move his house over some 30 feet, this problem would go away. So I think in exercising your discretion, that is a factor that should be considered. I think the most useful thing I can do now is answer any questions that you may have.
I tell you what, let's hold that. We're about an hour and a half into it. So let's take a 5-minute break.
Good. Ooh, I gotta stand up. Move around.
I'm running on about 48.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's just making everything
Big
sound
stacks of
very
hundreds.
surreal. Oh, we always have fun.
Hey, question. Where's going?
He's referring to this blue line.
All right.
Why is it not on this drawing?
Yeah, you know.
Look at the blue line.
Thank you. Thank you.
Way down here.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing. That's the map. The survey, he put this on there. That's definitely on here
60 days.
somewhere. Why is it not? Or is that?
Yeah. That's the blurring of the lines because this, I mean, this is part and parcel, the state regulation just
Right, like that.
copied into the,
Yeah.
so, I mean, basically, you know, I guess the technical mechanics of it are, this is the town's ordinance, which is why it's here versus the state, you know, appealing to the state. But yeah, I mean, that exact language about the determination made using a methodology, that's the determination letter. That's all that. Yeah, that's the gist of it. So here we are. I mean, it's a lot of water, but it's not flooding either property.
So you sure you want to do this,
That's a key piece of infrastructure. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Josh. Just remember to gavel. Now we're cooking. That's a key piece of infrastructure. People know about there's the whole you can hear my voice clap once. You can hear my voice clap twice. But it catches people. It's almost like a ticker talker. I might do that.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, and I do have, so I mean, I gave my first video briefing questions that I do have some other slides that I've got a couple of surveys or the second half of the house.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
This whole area, right? See where it says? It says Foreman.
Yeah. Yeah.
About 25 years and that is part of But I just think it's ironic.
Yeah. All the world.
Yeah, I think that. But she was
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know about
So I go down every 2 weeks. Check
that.
All right.
Are we ready?
Are you?
Arrington?
Oh, yeah, I'm right here.
Where are
No,
you?
we're just gonna drink coffee, I think.
Twiddling my thumbs.
Oh, there she is down at the bottom.
Okay, we're back in order. Sir,
Where were we?
Mike on.
yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this time I'd like to call my expert witness, Mr. Zan Price. And it's okay, he can stand at this mic and I will sit right here. That suits everybody.
Hello.
Okay, sir, if you could give us your qualifications, your name and your qualifications.
I will bring all that out, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay. Mr. Price, will you state your full name, please?
Zan Price.
And where do you reside?
I live in East Asheville, North Carolina.
Where are you employed?
Jennings Environmental. It's a local environmental consulting firm based in Asheville.
And what position do you hold there?
Senior engineer and operations leader.
Now, did you attend university?
Yes, undergraduate degree from UNC Chapel Hill, 1996 in psychology. And so that doesn't really apply here. Maybe it does actually, but 180-degree shift for grad school, did a master's of civil engineering with a focus on water resources from NC State in 2001.
Just a minute. What is that noise that keeps clicking, clicking? Oh, is it Josh?
I think someone either had a loud wrapper or pen, but it is stopped now.
No, somebody's either microphone on back there. Okay, so I'm sorry. There it goes again.
Mr. Price, at Jennings Environmental, what is your focus?
So we're a small environmental consulting firm that specializes in natural channel stream restoration projects. My particular role is a senior engineer and project manager on stream restoration and stormwater water quality projects.
And who is the principal of Jennings Environmental?
Dr. Greg Jennings.
And just briefly, would you describe Mr. Jennings?
Yeah, Dr. Jennings is a former professor at NC State University. He's got about 32 years of experience in the field of natural channel design and stream restoration, done extensive research, teaching, and practical implementation projects.
Now, how would you describe your area of expertise?
So my area of expertise is also in stream restoration, design, assessment, environmental permitting. We talked about my previous roles. My employment after grad school, did about 7 years of a small environmental consulting firm here in Asheville, Altamont Environmental. After that, I went and worked for Dr. Jennings at the university, NC State University. I was an extension faculty based in Asheville, doing stream restoration, workshops, research, monitoring, and implementation. We did some grant-funded projects. After that, Greg left the university to go into the private sector. I went back to my previous consulting job for about a year and then took a job at the Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Water Resources, of which Andrew Moore is employed. I was there for about 5 years as the assistant regional supervisor there, in charge of the 401 water quality certification program. Did a lot of stream determinations where we're determining intermittent, perennial, ephemeral, and did a lot of investigations on water quality standard violations, a lot of sediment violations from construction sites when they entered stormwater or streams. And then 2.5 years ago, Greg Jennings reached back out to me and wanted me to come to work with him for his consulting firm. So for the past 2.5 years, I have worked for Greg Jennings here in Asheville at Jennings Environmental.
And is Jennings Environmental being compensated for your investigation and your testimony here tonight?
Yes, I believe Dr. Jennings and you have a agreement for our time for this and any sort of investigative work we've done.
Mr. Price, have you had occasion to visit the Burns property, subject of this hearing?
Yes, I have been there 5 times, twice in March. I did have to write this down. March 17th, March 23rd, in preparation for the previous hearing that was postponed, and then again, June 24th, July 6th, and July 26th, 2 days ago.
And how long have you spent on these visits to the Burns property?
Anywhere from 20 minutes to 45 minutes.
25 to 45 each? What you said?
Yeah, some of them were shorter, just taking some photos. Sometimes the last one I met with you, so that was actually probably more like an hour, but yeah, we would walk around, take some photos. It'd be anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes.
And during your visits to the Burns property, did you make some observations about the project?
Yeah, so for the March site visits, it was a little bit different. It had rained the day before on both of those occasions. It was not raining when I was out there. As has been described earlier, there is a stream from the north that flows onto the property, onto the Burns property. I believe it's his northeast portion between 2 culverts where there's an open stream channel. And then at the bottom culvert, it daylights onto your property, flows for about 100 feet. I believe it flows on another property all through an open channel. And then there is a culvert that leads to Flat Creek, which everyone in this room knows about. It has a designation from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality as a high quality water. It's a special designation that's given to waters where there's been extensive monitoring, both chemical and biological, and it's shown that exceptional water quality. So they give it that special HQW high quality water designation. So in those 2 March site visits, there was surface flow upstream where the state had determined it was intermittent, but it was also surface flow through the Burns property. Yes, through the Burns property between those 2 culverts. It was good, clear flow. It did go subsurface, I believe, downstream on your property, Mr. Hamilton. No grading work had occurred during those March times. There was some recent clearing of vegetation along the stream banks. Some trees were removed, maybe some rhododendrons, and some clearing had occurred on the property. There was some metal stakes and yellow flagging tape that appeared to be marking the proposed location of the house. In the northeast corner, those stakes and flagging were abutting right up against the creek bank, like basically zero setback. And then, let's see.
During your visits, have you noticed any silt fences?
Yeah, there was also silt fences installed those March times. They were both kind of at the toe of the stream bank and at the top of the stream bank. They moved slightly when I came back in the June and July site visits. So I'll move to that real quick. When I came back in June and July, there was an excavator on site. There had been some excavation, looked like it was excavating the foundation for the house. Again, in that northeast corner where they had marked it earlier, the excavation was right up against the creek bank. The creek bank hadn't been modified since I was there. There was large boulders that were lining the bed and the banks of the creek bank. There was some silt fence, no longer at the toe because they had put some rocks there, but there were silt fences directly on top of the stream bank. And
I'm sorry, what do you mean at the toe? You keep.
So, this is a channel at the top of the stream bank. Toe is basically where the water is.
Oh, down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Of the, okay.
Yeah, so the toe of the slope, here's the channel.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Which is not customary where you put silt fence because flood or anything could just wipe it away. But,
Right.
So also they had installed some gravel on the access areas adjacent to the creek and over the 2 culverts. And then there was a boulder retaining wall installed at the downstream end of the lower culvert, right next to your property. I also looked in the channel on your property just below that lower culvert and noticed some sediment deposition that I did not observe in March before the upland area had been disturbed. And 2 days ago, July 26th, I looked at that and measured about 6 or 7 inches of sediment deposition in that creek bed. Granted, there was no flow in these creek beds when I came in June and July. But as I saw in March, the day after a rain event, there was some flow in there. And so, and as we've seen on videos, rainfall is conveyed through that channel. So any sediment that makes it into this creek is likely going to be conveyed downstream to Flat Creek. And
I'm still confused as to, we get where the intermittent is above, we get where they say it's ephemeral, but once it comes onto Mr. Hamilton's property, is it intermittent or is it ephemeral?
the state is the one that determines that, and they did not, there was no development on the Hamilton property, so I don't think they looked at that.
Okay, and you have not had that designated. It's, you say it goes underground,
Yeah.
so there's no stream there.
Well, there is a stream channel.
So it,
But is there water?
During rain events or shortly after rain events, yes. On a summer dry day, from
Yeah.
what I have seen, I have not seen water in there.
I'm basing it on, only video we've seen so far was after a storm,
Mhm.
a heavy storm, a damaging storm. Do we have any other evidence of what it looks like now? You took pictures, you said. You have them?
I don't have them with me. I can certainly provide them. So
I'm sorry, I'll offer that in the same set of videos, there are 2 still photos that were submitted that we could bring up if.
And those
if you
were
so
actually
wish.
taken by my son, William.
I'm
And
just-
one of those does show water flowing in the channel.
So yeah, this is an important thing that upstream upgrading of here, it's an intermittent channel
yes.
as classified by the
We've got
state.
that classified.
And that's based on the methodology that Scott talked about. It's a ranking system. At the geomorphology, that's basically the shape. Hydrology, all right, presence of water, presence of things you would find if there's water. And then biology, the bugs and whatnot.
Mhm. So we've got that.
Yeah, so it rates as an ephemeral. It's intermittent upstream. It's very rare. First, so I worked for the state for 5 years and did a lot of these stream calls. I don't ever remember seeing an intermittent go to ephemeral. Typically, as water's coming down a valley, it starts off ephemeral. It's a stormwater ditch.
Yeah, right.
And then it goes into
That would make
intermittent
sense.
channel, and then it turns into perennial. That is
Right.
the kind
That
of
would be the
typical
normal
thing that
way of doing
we
it,
see
yes.
here. Yeah.
Right.
I was able to calculate the drainage area for the channel. We'll call it channel or stream. It's ephemeral stream, intermittent stream. It's a channel that's on the Burns property. USGS has a program called Stream Stats where you can put a dot on a map and it'll calculate the contributing drainage area. For this site, it's 70 acres of land that drains to it, which in my experience is more than enough land to support actually having a stream. There's something unique about this site, whether it's a very porous stream bed, so that water, is we're seeing on the surface up here, and then it kind of
Peters
flows-
out.
Peters out. It's flowing kind of, shallow beneath the surface, but it's still there. That water doesn't disappear.
Yes.
May I ask a question now
Yeah.
or, so I have 2 questions. What experience do you have with subsurface water flows? And the second question I have is, do you have documentation of subsurface water flows or the seasonal high water table on this subject property or adjacent to it?
We have not looked for the seasonally high water table, nor have we cored down to see where that water is. It's just, water takes the path of least resistance. And so it is during a day like today when there's no rain, the way this particular site works is that water is, we don't know, we can't say if it's here or there, it's flowing underground
Right.
because we don't see it on the surface.
You don't see on the surface.
But during rain events, which is when we would be concerned about the transport of pollutants, sediment, et cetera, we have seen water in these channels.
I have a question. Even or if the stream is flowing underground and you build a house on top of that stream bank, in your opinion, would that be a potential hazard to the stream? It's underground now.
Right. It's not a hazard on base flow conditions. It's where it's a hazard is when there's storm flow and you have 70 acres of a drainage area funneling to that point, which could erode the stream banks, compromise the foundation, and carry pollutants when there's a lack of a buffer or a setback from that conveyance waterway that could take it down through the Hamilton property to Flat Creek. It's, yeah, days like today, it's probably not a problem, but as we all know, we live in an area where we have intense storm events.
But with climate change coming,
Chairman, but, oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Excuse me.
So just to be clear, you're talking about a 70, you mentioned a 70 acre drainage above this subject site, but you're not referring to the potential stormwater runoff from an individual house that could or could not be on the site. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about there's the 70 acre drainage area to this point. Then there's the potential for, stormwater pollution from a construction site and from once the construction is done and the house is there. Yes.
Right. So you're referring to both sort of, I guess I'll call it in construction stormwater runoff during erosion and sediment concerns and post-construction stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces.
Correct. But the 70 acres is not, that's just the watershed.
Right. Okay.
He's not.
Mr. Chairman, if I could go back to my examination, I think maybe we can bring some of these. in now.
Proceed, sir.
Mr. Price, in your visits to the Burns property, did you reach any conclusions about potential environmental harm to my property, Flat Creek, Lake Susan?
Yes.
Would you describe those conclusions for the board, please?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, there's a large drainage area that flows here. It's a intermittent channel, not very far up. So yes, during days like today, it's all peachy. It's great. There's no problems. But during a rain event, which is when we would see the transport of sediment and other pollutants into this channel on the Burns property is going to act essentially like the intermittent channel that is protected just upstream. The fact that the base flow disappears is kind of beside the point here. And so putting a house right on a stream bank, there's several issues there. For one, you can have, as someone that specializes in stream restoration, I see a lot of bank erosion. And when I worked for the state, I went and investigated a lot of houses that were built right on creek banks. And they were having erosion issues and there wasn't much they could do because the house was already built there. And so having a house there, not allowing a native riparian vegetated buffer to stabilize the bank creates issues. I guess there's two issues like Scott mentioned. There's during construction phase, when we take land and we excavate and expose soils, when we're right on top of the creek bank, it's very difficult to keep that sediment out of the creek.
That's what the silt
What the silt fence is for. So
fence is for.
traditionally, silt fence is not meant to be right on top of a creek bank because undoubtedly these things have to be maintained. Maintaining a silt fence right on top of a creek bank would be difficult. So the way silt fence works, you've seen it, silt, water is able to flow through, the silt stays behind it. It builds up over time and you have to maintain it and remove it. It'd be very difficult to remove that on top of a stream bank without discharging sediment to the creek bank. Also, during floods, it's very possible that the flood could compromise the silt fence and wash that sediment into the creek. I've seen many silt fences. They look great when you put them out there, but they don't always work.
Okay, so that's during construction.
That's during
All
construction.
right, so now construction's over.
Well,
What,
one other thing, the state has an erosion sediment control manual, and they have a chapter on undisturbed vegetated buffers for recommending where these erosion control practices should go. And so they have a standard kind of width of where a sediment basin or a silt fence should go between, so you have the disturbed site, the creek, they recommend a certain width of undisturbed vegetation before you have your sediment control device for these circumstances where there's failures. That vegetated area can trap the sediment before it gets into the creek. The minimum width they have, and it's based on the slope that it's coming to the creek. The minimum width they have is 15 feet, and that would be in the coastal plain where it's a 0% slope. It incrementally goes up in 5 feet increments of recommendations of that undisturbed buffer up to 70 feet.
did they require this on an ephemeral stream?
Um,
Are we talking about a riparian buffer on a similar? I was going to ask the same
This
question.
is,
Are
this
we-
is
Is that
for,
required on an
when
ephemeral
you s-
stream?
Yes.
this is for waterways. I don't know specifically if it's intermittent, ephemeral requirement or perennial, but this is just the standard as far as using a silt fence or a sediment
Yeah.
device for a conveyance or waterway. So if we have a house right on top of the creek bank, there's no way to properly put a silt fence in to maintain that sediment control during construction. It's just very difficult. And then second thing,
Post-construction.
post-construction, once the house is there, the site is stable. There's, without a buffer to trap, vegetated buffer that the runoff can run through and filter these pollutants. Common residential pollutants such as sediment, nutrients, pesticides, bacteria, metals, things leach off roofs and cars. If there's a direct conduit into the creek without the setback.
To that point, I got a question. Because this picture shows, this one shows the creek running right through the middle of Burns property. The survey does not.
The survey is accurate on the location. Those maps are based on, approximations.
Approximations.
My question is, okay, I assume that's an approximation. It does look like that there's a lot of water movement beyond the Burns property going across a road, Foreman Siding Road. It's going to pick up some stuff there, I would think. Or does it run underneath? Did you investigate that?
Can you show me where you're talking about?
Downstream from,
Downstream, you're headed to Flat Creek. That's really the gist of our conversation, trying to keep it pristine. I'm with you on that. I agree. Looks like the water goes through a lot more soil and picks up a lot of pollutants between when it leaves Mr. Burns' property and goes across Richardson's property and out to Flat Creek. If this is any indication,
Yeah,
that's just the tip of the iceberg.
yeah, it's one piece of the puzzle. I've walked it from that downstream culvert
Okay.
to Flat Creek.
Yeah.
It's an open channel with a vegetated buffer. So there's not much concern of pollutants there. That's, the key thing for stream banks is a dense woody vegetated buffer. Those roots hold the soil together, make it resilient from those flood flows. Shades the creek. Thermal pollution is another thing I forgot to mention on post-construction, because heated water can get into the channel, and that impacts the trout and other species in the channel. But so we want a woody buffer to shade the stream and to hold the stream banks together. it's impossible to do when there's a house there.
Just to answer your question, I can assure you that under 100 feet of stream bed on my property, there's a vegetated buffer.
Once it leaves your property, where does it go?
Leaves my property and it runs for a little bit into a right of way. It is, the right of way is called Gilchrist Court, which is named after my grandfather.
Does it
And
go
the-
underneath
And
Or
it's,
through a
across it.
culvert? Or does it go
no,
across?
it is, the stream bed is open. The stream bed is open. The water, the groundwater is flowing underneath. But when you have rain events, particularly heavy rain events, there is water in the stream bed in my property. Then it runs into Gilchrist Court for a few feet, and then it goes into a culvert. It goes under Graybeard Trail directly into Flat Creek. By the way, my son at one time, when it was not raining hard, went down into Flat Creek and found where we believe the underground water flows into Flat Creek. But the overground water in times of heavy rain events goes the way I just described in my property to Gilchrist Court and then into Flat Creek. One of the pictures that we had, one of the videos we had showed during Alberto that raging torrent going down and hitting the culvert that goes under Graybeard Trail into Flat Creek.
You've left us.
Mr. Price, you have an opinion regarding a reasonable setback for a house from a stream?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Montreat ordinance setting a 30-foot setback is reasonable.
And why is that reasonable?
Well, it allows that natural vegetated buffer. So buffer the stream from the construction activity. And then once the construction activity is done, from the house site and the roofs and the impervious surfaces and various pollutants that could come off the site. Again, like we discussed, stream banks need a deep-rooted vegetated buffer for soil strength, flood resiliency. We've all seen kind of the nature of storm events these days. It doesn't necessarily have to be an Alberta event. It could be an unnamed microburst that just sits over Montreat and doesn't even rain in Asheville. And we have some significant flooding that occurs. And so having a house foundation on a stream bank that could erode could be a problem for the burns. That soil could wash away and end up in Flat Creek if it's not protected and buffered.
Look at his house.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions, but I'm sure Mr. Price would be happy to answer yours.
I'd like to ask if Mr.
Yes,
Burns has some questions.
How wealthy would you be if you were able to determine underground water flow?
I object to that
The
question,
lot-
Mr. Chairman.
Sustained.
The lot, the lot.
I object to that
Well,
question.
This is a serious issue. When water goes underground, we don't know where it goes. The house next door, not Mr. Hamilton's, but the other side, their well doesn't get the water to 500 feet. And we used to have a saying, as architects, the water will go where germs can't get. You don't know where it's going when it's leaking in the roof, but you can at least determine.
Oh.
But once it goes underground, you don't know how deep a crevice water's reaching or what it's joining up. The footings for the house are about at the creek level, and the bottom footings below, no water. You are stating that it's your opinion that water is right under the creek, and there's no way that I understand you can say that.
That's okay. That's kind of beside the point because we're not really concerned about the base flow, water flow. We do know that we have an intermittent channel of observed water up there every time I've gone up there. We know that that water doesn't disappear.
So let me,
It flows somewhere underground and eventually is going to recharge and go into Main Creek.
right. And how many setbacks are you aware of in various ordinances as to how far anything has to be from underground water?
We're not really concerned about that underground water. We're concerned about the
It's
storm.
part of the argument. There, and I would say you can't say it's there if you can't show that it's there. You talked about gravel. What's one of the most basic erosion control measures during construction? Mud mats,
That's one.
and a mud mat is with what kind of gravel?
It's usually, well, there's wooden mud mats sometimes, but for construction sites, yeah, it's usually some geotextile fabric with some larger rock topped with some probably 57 stone.
Or railroad ballast. And railroad ballast is the most common, and that's what we have used. It is not impervious, it is pervious, and it is a great thing for preventing sediment to reach that bed. So if the silt fences that we put up were both above the bank and at the toe, when the neighbor was concerned about sediment reaching, and we put those temporarily in so that it would get sediment in that stream, and then we replaced those with large boulder walls. And so the stream that goes across our property is only 32 feet of open. The rest of it's in culvert. And then lining that 32 feet are large boulders. And against that boulder on the house side is a pretty hefty concrete foundation. And then the entire first floor is a poured steel reinforced concrete wall.
Mr. Chairman, I think this proceeding right now should be to ask my witness questions. Mr. Burns is testifying while my witness is standing up there. If he wants to testify later, that's just fine. But I think at the present moment, he should be confined to asking questions.
Well, I was asking how, I guess the point you were making was that you needed separation of the house and the stream. But because this site is tight, when I requested variance, well, that'd be a question I won't say. But you have seen the report, and do you question its validity?
No.
Gentlemen, I place this before the other board members. Are we talking about building a house on top of that stream? Or are we talking about a buffer downstream? What is this about?
Well, you can't really build a house if there's a buffer. You can't build a house in a buffer. So
I'm
vegetating.
talking about down the stream. Isn't that where we're talking about?
No.
No.
Talking about up next to the house where that runs underneath the easement.
Talking about that stream that the state has called ephemeral. It's an open channel. It has water during storm events and after storm events. But yeah, we're
We're
talking,
talking about the specific piece, not anywhere else except just that one spot. Is that right?
as far as I know.
The question I have,
Let me ask you this, is the gravel contributing to a problem, or is it part of the solution during construction? The gravel is there, the railroad ballast.
During construction, it is needed
All right.
to get equipment on and off the site. But it
May I
appears from your
interject just a second? If you look at Mr. Burns' site plan, he plans to have gravel driveways and parking areas basically encircling the stream. He submitted his own plans. Take a look at them. You'll see exactly what he intends.
So let me ask you this. If we have parking in a driveway at the finished site, what would then happen with that water? Would there be a requirement in the town of Montreat stormwater ordinance?
To ask Scott that question, I am not.
Well, have you
Studied into
seen our
this one.
stormwater permit.
I have reviewed that, yes.
Can we just back up for 1 minute? Just 1 minute. The state has designated this as ephemeral.
Correct.
You've done that. You've gone to them directly and said, look at this specifically. Is this ephemeral? And they have said yes.
I directed Mr. Burns to go to them directly.
So
for the
someone has done that
process.
and has gotten a ruling on that.
Correct.
If it has been designated as ephemeral, is there any need for any mitigation? I think there should be, but under what you were saying, there was some guidance. Does he have to do anything at all for an ephemeral stream?
I'll defer to Jim.
No,
on the
no, I'm
interpretation
asking-
of an ordinance. I'm talking about the potential for environmental harm because this
No,
is,
that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if there is a law that says this is an ephemeral stream, and we have someone that says this is an ephemeral stream, is there anything out there that says if it's an ephemeral stream, you must do these things?
again, I'll defer to Jim on the interpretation of the ordinance.
I
That-
think there
that is
should
the-
be, but
that's
I
the
don't,
whole- The whole point that I've made, ma'am,
is
is
it?
that this board, under 305, which is the controlling standard, has discretion to apply the 30-foot setback to an ephemeral stream when you need to do that to prevent environmental harm.
And
and
I
I-
still don't see that in 305 that it says perennial or intermittent. If it said ephemeral, I would agree with you. I would say, yes, we have the ability to. I don't see that in there. So maybe I'm not reading it right and maybe I'm not.
All I can say is, I mean, I can say what I've said
Yeah.
again.
Yeah,
The second sentence says, the stream is on a map, and this one is.
yep.
It is to be found as, or to be a perennial or intermittent stream where the setback applies. The last sentence says that if it's in so many words, and you have to go look at what is referred to in that last sentence. But the last sentence says, if there's a finding that it's an ephemeral stream, an exception may be allowed, may be allowed.
It does not say ephemeral. It says, an
I-
exception to this requirement may be allowed when surface waters are not present in accordance. It doesn't say ephemeral.
Well, what that means is if perennial or intermittent surface water is not present, in other words, if the stream is found to be ephemeral, an exception may be allowed. You have discretion whether or not to allow it in that circumstance. That's what it says. I realize the language is turgid. I had to read it 3 times myself to figure out what in the heck it said. And I've been reading statutes and ordinances for 55 years. I'm not saying it's as clear as it could be. But that's what it says. And you have discretion, and you should exercise your discretion in this situation, because building a house on top of a stream bed where there's often significant flow is environmentally unsound.
I'm not in disagreement. I'm truly not in disagreement about the silt getting into things. But we have to go by what's the law and what's the code. No matter what we think, we've got to go by what's in the code. And
That's exactly what I want you to do. Exactly what I want you to do.
Sounds like you're really wanting us to interpret your opinion for 305. I don't agree with you. I'm sorry.
Well-
Just stay within about an inch.
Well, I am asking you to interpret the ordinance, of course. That's what this hearing is about.
I think our conversation has been basically agreeing that we don't think that your interpretation of 305
is what's actually in the code. That's my opinion.
That's,
Am I
I
wrong?
mean,
But if
no,
that-
no, I mean, that's,
But what he's asking is that the board determine that it has the discretion to apply 305.
it has discretion to apply 305 on intermittent and perennial. It does not say
not
ephemeral.
I'm looking at ephemeral streams in appropriate circumstances.
Where is that? Where is that?
305.
Where does it say in any of this? Where does it say ephemeral?
I would have to pull up the
You look-
zoning.
The last sentence, let's look at the exact. word.
Read it, read the sentence that you're
Last
talking
It
about.
says an exception to this requirement, the requirement that you have to find it's an intermittent stream, may be allowed when surface waters are not present in accordance with the provisions of 15A NCAC 2B.0223 paren 3 paren A paren. If you look at that statute, that is a statute about determining when there's an ephemeral stream.
I
And
read
then
that.
and then it goes on to say, or other site-specific determination made using division of water quality approved methodology. What that is saying is, if there's a site determination, as it had been here, that it is an ephemeral stream, then you may allow an exception.
I get that if it's decided it's ephemeral, that we have the ability. I get that part. This to me says you got to have a 30-foot vegetation, that perennial or intermittent surface, if they're present, they're shown on a map. And then it says an exception to this 30-foot buffer may be allowed on the perennial or intermittent stream. I see the exception to the requirement referring to the 30-foot vegetation when it's perennial or intermittent. I don't see it say an exception to whether it's perennial or intermittent. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I think I think clarity usually puts language in zoning. I mean,
Well, ma'am, this language comes right out of a model code prepared by UNC. And it's also found in other ordinances around the state. This same language is in the Buncombe County ordinance. I would suggest to you that the drafters of the model code and jurisdictions like Buncombe County that adopted it were not intending to rob them of discretion to
Agree.
protect the environment.
I agree. I agree. I don't,
If you agree with me, then I think you should agree with my interpretation.
no, I agree that we have the ability to do it if it's an ephemeral stream.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's perennial or intermittent, not if it doesn't say ephemeral. That's the only thing.
Well, anyway,
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
You had properly pointed out that I should really ask questions while he's making his presentation. We're an hour and a half in. And I have a presentation of my own, and I would think there would be some point in time that I might begin that.
I'm not going to cut time. It's going to take as long as it takes. I don't want it to take 5 years. Are you getting close to wrapping up?
I am through with the examination of my witness. I remind you that Dr. Seaman is here and wants to make a brief presentation.
Let's do that. Then you can have your closing. Let's do that now. If you would, give us a little bit about your education, your experience, and why you're here, sir.
William Seaman, hold a doctorate in zoology. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Thank you. That's better.
And they get real close.
William Seaman, doctorate in zoology, University of Florida, bachelor's from Cornell University. Ichthyology has been one of my professional pursuits for decades now. I'm professor emeritus at the University of Florida in the Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences Department. It's a program I helped found 3 decades ago. Have extensive administrative experience in research and development, so I
Just lean in just a little bit or tilt it up toward you. Sorry.
a lot of experience in evaluating research proposals. And so I feel I'm a fairly objective in terms of sorting out the scientific facts and keeping personality issue out of it. I could tell you a lot more about my career, but I'll shift to what I've been doing in Montreat for the last 10 years, former chairman of the Montreat Land Care Committee, and more recently established what we call the STREAM team of the Land Care Committee. I think I mentioned a while ago, we started a research program, the first ever on water quality in Flat Creek. I raised funds to hire an outside laboratory to do the analyses. And as much as we like to get the science, we also like to get it to the public. So I think I've sent to this committee a 2-page that I distributed to the Cottagers meeting a couple of years ago on our findings in terms of the Flat Creek watershed being pretty much a high quality watershed for support of our fabulous Eastern brook trout. A lot of people come fishing here and so on and so forth. So that's it. I could go on and I'll just okay. Okay. I have a prepared statement. The whole thing reads 6 minutes. Now we've cut it to 4. So let me go ahead and read that if that's okay. And the thing I'd mention is that I'm here. I'm not the expert who just preceded me. I'm not paid by anybody. I don't have a business relationship with anybody in the room. I'm just here as an interested citizen, putting my scientific training to work. So, and I do endorse the appeal. In short, I'd like to address the construction project at lot 778 in the context of the overall Flat Creek watershed. The word that seems to capture the situation is externalities. Tell you what I mean by that. I mean certain activities and impacts of construction at the site arguably will not remain on that site. An economist might refer to indirect costs passed on to a third party. Raises 4 concerns. From first, a legal perspective being addressed by Mr. Hamilton, 2, social reasons, 3, economic reasons, and 4, environmental reasons. I'll try and touch on those briefly. We don't have to be sociologists or psychologists to recognize the important heritage and cultural values of Flat Creek to the Montreat community. We all know people, perhaps ourselves, who pursue recreation along and in the waters of Flat Creek proper and its tributaries. Further, consider the emotional and spiritual benefits that many of us derive from watching and listening to the flow of waters. Waters that are not only clean and clear, but also stay within the banks of the stream. So the red flag that I wish to raise for you during this hearing concerns what happens when the quality and quantity of water in Flat Creek are disrupted. Most of you will recall the tremendous flood in Montreat a few years ago, recall the devastation of Robert Lake Park, recall the washout of a large stretch of the roadway of Lower Great Bear Trail. For both the conference center and the town proper, repair and recovery from storm damages such as these were and will continue to be a stretch for their budgets. Intensities and amounts of rainfall are predicted to increase in coming decades. As we have seen in just the last week, a 9-inch rain has devastated St. Louis, Missouri. We've seen it on the television news. There are numerous other examples we consider. So my question is, concerning building practices in Montreat, Why would we want to approve, tolerate, or encourage anything that adds more volume and velocity to rainfall runoff than we already have? My explicit concern in coming before you is for the quality and quantity of rainfall to be discharged as stormwater runoff from the hardened and impervious surfaces around the site. On March 21st, I spent an hour visiting the building site in question and also touring the larger area of the extraterritorial jurisdiction. What immediately struck me on the site being addressed today, this evening, was how close the building footprint comes to the stream bed that crosses the property. Wet or dry, it's a stream bed, it carries water. In my view, I could see the externalities of floodwaters from extreme weather events impacting people, wildlife, property downstream, and budgets for cleanup and restoration. I would hope that the situation for this site would be turned into a learning experience and a cautionary tale in the sense of evaluating current building and permitting practices, especially if similar situations can be avoided at other places in the watershed. So almost ready to close here. I mentioned the stream team and the research project we did. I've mentioned my background. I have a knee that bothers me, so it's hard to stand without a podium. Yeah, let me close. Call your attention to an effort with the American Institute of Architects. It's the largest design organization in the world, which is asking architects, design professionals, civic leaders, and the public to, and I quote, transform the day-to-day practice of architecture to achieve a resilient and healthy built environment. If you go to the AIA Asheville chapter's website, you find their blueprint for better pages, and they include a graphic, and I'll give you a copy of this for the record with the graphic. This graphic addresses best practices, such as precautionary and reducing hazards to the environment. So finally, I would suggest that as Montreat and towns across the country and globally seek ways to be resilient in the face of increasingly large and damaging and costly rainfall events, caution should be a prevailing criterion. That's for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Let me just hand this.
So, Mr. Seaman, you stated, why allow more than we already have? And I think that's a very common sentiment in Montreat. As a matter of fact, folks have said we should donate our land to green space, but those recommendations have been made by people who have their own houses. So question comes in, what do we do with the lots that have not been put in conservation, but are still owned and intended for use? And so are you recommending that these houses should be zoned out? And how would the property owners be compensated?
I'd refer to a terminology I often hear from my architecture and design friends: smart growth, smart buildings, climate resilient buildings. Why build on a stream bank if you can move your property, for example? The one thing I haven't heard is any mention of rain gardens. And we've got an issue in Montreat because there's so little publicly owned land. So we don't have places to create, what are you going to call it? Flood control ponds, for example. And so there's going to be, I think, and this board can provide leadership, I think there's going to be movement towards creating rain gardens on private property. If you drive anywhere in Montreat after a heavy rain event, you'll see stormwater gushing down driveways and out of pipes all onto Lookout Road, Appalachian Way, where I live. I mean, you know, you skid driving up in the Torrent because there's so much rainwater. And right now we're using Flat Creek and its tributaries as storm drains. And the question becomes, how do we hold your rainwater on site? I've got a 5-figure rain garden at the base of my steep slope.
My question's been answered.
Yeah. Yep. Are we done?
My question.
I just had I would offer to I guess, your question about the stormwater control plan for this site. I do have an exhibit showing that if that's pertinent to the conversation to understand stormwater runoff, but essentially
Yeah.
as part of Mr. Burns' zoning review and building permit, the post-construction stormwater has been documented as being able to be controlled. I have 2 slides that I could show very briefly if
Okay.
you all wish to see it. or-
That's fine. We've got about 15 minutes and looks like we're going to go over or have to move on. So if I just put that out as a time clock.
Sure.
Served on the Development Committee of the American Institute of Architects in Washington and the Housing Committee. I've given keynote speeches for American Institute of Architects in 17 states around the country on community preservation and urban revitalization. I am one. And I'm able to adapt to the site I'm given and design solutions that work within that site. Dr. Siemens talked about misapplying, I think was the case. The issues of stormwaters are huge for us in Montreat, and I have designed solutions, part of which are in the latest stormwater study of Montreat. I'm not going to waste the time to go there. But what we're sort of transferring is that this larger area of stormwater concern, let's zero in on this particular site and disproportionately assign consequence to it or hazard from it. I have something that I put together for y'all as well, because I've looked at how this is sort of evolved.
We are unable to hear you as you walk away from the microphone, and we do not have copies of what you're sharing right now, the people online.
That caution is never spoken enough. I know that. I have been very sensitive to Mr. Hamilton's concerns about sediment and erosion. And the Hamiltons are an extraordinary family that we look forward to being a neighbor of. We'll get past where we are one way or another. But I have taken extraordinary measures to protect that site. Silt fences are temporary, and I put up about 600 feet of them and put them in properly and backed them up with steel and steel posts and so forth. I have monitored stormwater. The gray mud that the Price referred to is not coming from our property. It seems to be coming from property up above and comes down, crossing a gravel drive on Mr. Hamilton's property. And so I put in all these silt fences before anything was done. And then as the grading began, we moved tons and tons of boulders and built these boulder walls. And what we were doing with these boulder walls is taking the stream bank from dropping the water right into the stream, kicking it up, where we took more water into root mat areas. We don't have what's a concern about the 30-foot buffer, which is put in there generally for what's called first flush water. That is where in subdivisions, fertilizers, or farms, agricultural chemicals, that first inch of rain, that first flush of water, that's why they want a vegetative buffer to keep those chemical contaminants out. What I have is a site that we have kept level. The soil from our construction has, to the best of our knowledge, not left our site. It is a particular color, and that's not in the stream. We have contained it, and you will see that where my footings now have concrete in them, you'll get to some photographs in there. There's a little tab that says clear. Every time I've been monitoring, the water is clear in our stream, crystal clear. You see the bottom. And where it comes in recently is August 10th, means July 10th, is it comes from above, crossing Mr. Hamilton's property, crossing Mr. Burris's property, crossing some of our property further up, not this site, and the town property. And I have plans for helping reduce that. But I don't have a grading permit and can't do that work at this point in time. But there has been just an awful lot of talk about very consequential damage to Mr. Hamilton's property. You saw the video. After that storm, where was the damage? That Emerald Stream is a significant and important one. It is an escape valve for these storms. And that 70 acres needed somewhere to go, and that's there. And we have, by adding all the boulders to it, reduced potential for stuff going into that stream bed. You'll see the photographs. You can see the clear water. When you have that storm coming down, you saw the video on, none of that was coming from anything but natural area, except where it passed my caboose. And that caboose is subject to the 30-foot setback, and nothing's coming from that. It's just a volume of water headed from the top of the mountain, Tennessee River, Ohio River, Mississippi River, Gulf of Mexico. And you do what you can to control it. And we have done that from top to bottom. And you can save serious environmental damage to my property, and sometimes 4 times in a letter, sometimes 6. And there have been letter after letter sent around this community about this environmental damage that we're doing while the waters are clear in that section of creek that's crossing our property. And I understand in politics, we sort of, which is this is sort of becoming, we sort of state things in ways that might sway a crowd. But we have been responsible at every step, and the way we have been able to control where we store our dirt, how we contain the erosion, has been very successful. Partly because we have a site that's flat, and we're able to create the proper barrier so it doesn't get overpowered. I would ask that you look through that at your own leisure.
We'll get that for you guys, by the way, up on,
Will there be they'll have a copy for you.
we'll get a copy for you guys.
But my point is, we have said over and over again, my opposition, or serious environmental damage to my property, but it's not there. And this is not culprit. We are responsibly developing this site. And it's Mr. Hamilton mentioned that we had an alternative, and He was upset that we didn't take it. But we had 3 lots up there. And we needed to be able to build on one of them and sell 2. And Mr. Hamilton wrote that he did, well, he said he did not want to see a house out of his bedroom windows, which was our 2 lots. And then he said in writing that if we were thinking about selling it, we should let them know to expect legal or whatever actions. We knew we couldn't sell it then. So we designed the house for ourselves so that we could demonstrate there wouldn't be damage. So we could demonstrate as an architect, 50-some years, that I can build a house that will not be a harm to the community or the Hamilton property. They will be able to see it. And that has been an objection that he has been very forthright in sharing with me. Mr. Hamilton has been forthright. He is not being dishonest. He believes strongly in his position, but he is wrong on the proportionality. He's wrong on the language he's using, which is alarmist language, and it's in the future. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. We're 50% through with our excavation. The footings are in. And all the water's been cleared every time we checked it. And when it's anything that gets down onto his property, it's coming from another spot. And we just want that balance. The question before you is whether or not you can rewrite section 305. It's whether you can interpret it differently. One of the tenets of the zoning ordinance is you may not rule one way for one person when you rule the other way for everybody else. David Curry, the zoning administrator for years here, who was part of writing that ordinance. It's never been ephemeral. It's never been the setbacks. It wasn't when David Curry's administration was his term, nor when Adrian Eisenhower was there, nor when Scott Adams. Buncombe County doesn't do it for ephemeral streams. Black Mountain, they have a very tight, but they don't do it for ephemeral streams. Ephemeral streams, and the reason for that is we can't take everybody's land. We're going to take some. We're going to make it hard. It's going to be more expensive to do, but we just can't say from now on, you forfeit your land. We have demonstrated at this point that we have been sensitive to the environment, sensitive to Mr. Hamilton's concerns, and we think that we will be able to continue to do that. And we will get through this. We're operating because we played by the rules. In 2009, we offered the property to Mr. Hamilton. We've offered the property to him at various times. His position has been understandable. He says it's not worth what we might ask because it's not a buildable lot. And he has worked at times to ensure that it's not a buildable lot. I worked for about a dozen years to see if we could put an annex up there. And finally, it was going before the city council to spend $12,000 for a study about bringing sewer. Sewer is so much more scientific than septic. Hamilton shared with me that he let the town council know he was not in favor of it. I believe if I'm wrong, correct me. And the council said that somebody up there doesn't want it, doesn't support it, because it would have to be unanimous if we were going to annex. And so we lost that. Mr. Hamilton wrote letters that to the town, to the mayor and so forth about significant environmental damage to his property. And the only way to prevent it was do not sell Wade Burns water. But the council finally did. Our septic man, Mr. Hamilton went to our septic man, Stuart Black, and encourage him not to approve our septic system as I understand it. You can correct me. And then to his supervisors, I understood it, encouraging him to see it as Mr. Hamilton saw it. This is all fair game in real estate. This is an honorable man, an incredible family. I hope to be a friend after this. We've been friends before. But he's wrong on the level of damage, the consequences of us building our house. We have played by the rules. We have all of the permits. And when my son and I sat down with Mr. Hamilton in DC about 4 months ago, he told us he wouldn't stop us if we'd move it 30 feet partway on the next lot. But that way we would have lost a lot. And we need to be able to sell to so we can build one, so that she can retire one day. I'll retire driving my truck probably. Or Mr. Hamilton said he was going to stop us. I said, I can't because we got all our permits. It's taken us years. And he shared, yes, but that's less time than I'll have you tied up legally or administratively. And we can't pay for friendship. We can't afford to give up a lot. So we've spent a lot of time, a lot of money to build the house for ourselves. And we will be doing it responsibly. 305 is when interpreted properly. And you would have to go around the barn several different ways to interpret it differently. And you'd have to violate that basic tenet. You cannot have interpreted 305 the same way for 12 years or however long. And then for us, the Burnses, it's going to be different. We're going to undo property rights they've already acquired. Applied for them, they were approved. We applied for them, they were approved. Septic was approved. Stream determination was determined. Grading permit approved, building permit approved, stormwater permit approved. We're capturing 2,200 gallons every time it rains, underground in vaults, to be slow release that otherwise would be going on. So the fact that there'll be pervious material, of course there'll be pervious material. Every house has it. Where you park is pervious, unless you're using something to. But we're capturing what the ordinance requires us to, which is 2,200 gallons for that small house. It won't be perfect for everybody, but we've got to allow folks like the Wade family, not kin to me, to be on these lots that were platted all those years ago. I thank you for your time, and I thank the Hamiltons for allowing me to do a little blog.
Okay, we're gonna,
Mr. Chairman, may I make a couple of comments?
I'd like-
Mr. Chairman, could we please get some kind of ruling on when this meeting's going to be over, because it's extended past 6 o'clock?
That's exactly where I was going. We also need to hear some final stuff from Scott. Give you a chance to make a final argument. We've got to, this will give us a chance to study all the documentation. And we'll come back at the next scheduled meeting and come with our determination. Other than that, we'll have to schedule more meetings during the week, if we can get the board together for known time. So I'd like to throw that out to you. Does that sound like the right thing to do?
Yes, I wanted to introduce one more thing into the record, if I might.
Okay,
We just provided Mr. Adams with a video that was taken on July 3 that shows the lack of effectiveness of silt fence that Mr. Burns has put up. And I think that when you see as the silt fence broke down and there's muddy water flowing into the creek,
Okay.
I think that is a relevant factor, and I would think that would be considered. Do you want me to, are we going to have a chance tonight to speak further? Or?
No, what we're going to do is somebody needs to make a motion of a continuance or to a known date.
Motion.
Second.
I need a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we're going to adjourn this, or we're going to continue this meeting to either the next scheduled date.
which would be August 25th,
That's correct.
or a date determined.
Or a
between-
date determined if we can do it earlier and get everybody together.
May I make one more?
Certainly, sir. Go ahead.
My appeal has been now pending since April 18th. And when I first filed the appeal, I asked for a stay. If this hearing is continued, I wondered if the board would issue a stay of what Mr. Burns is doing. So before, I don't think he should be allowed to proceed until this board rules one way or the other.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, ma'am.
that we do issue a stay on any further building that he might do.
Okay. Discussion.
Do we, I don't think we have the ability to do that.
Actually, you do have the ability under the ordinance. I can give you a site in a second.
Scott?
310.4D. Of the zoning.
I think you're way ahead of me. 310.41D, you're exactly right.
Of the zoning ordinance.
Yes.
We can do this.
One
Can you read
moment.
that?
You want me to read it? Do you want me to read it?
One
That'd be
moment.
great. Why don't you do that?
Okay. Let's see. Pursuant to section 310.4D of the Montreat zoning ordinance, we have the power to grant a stay of the building permit based on the zoning compliance certificate at issue here until the board rules on the validity of that certificate. And while you're thinking, I would really like to not wait until August to get this settled.
I agree with that.
I
Let's,
agree with that as well. So,
let's see if we can't get together and get this done.
No, first, what was this zoning certificate? Do you have something to say about that?
So
Yeah,
I just want to clarify. So I issued the zoning certificate, the building inspector issued a building permit. Honestly, I would have to look again at the specifics of this language to, I mean, it's here in front of us, but I would have to have more time to look at that to really determine if you all can impose a stay right here and now.
well, Scott, it says that we can. The board pursuant to section 310.4D of the Montreat zoning ordinance, we have the power to grant a stay of the building permit based on the zoning compliance certificate at issue here until the board rules on the validity of that certificate.
Are we ruling on the zoning compliance certificate?
No, we're just granting a stay of the building permit. So
So
he
the
can't do anything else until we decide what we're gonna do.
this hearing.
So the subject of the hearing is the specific section of the stormwater ordinance, and Mr. Hamilton's appeal is, my apologies if I'm paraphrasing on the fly, but essentially, he's stating that my interpretation of that standard in the stormwater ordinance was incorrect. And that is, that's bringing into question the larger zoning permit that it was linked to.
Well, more than that, Mr. Chairman, I'm saying that the compliance certificate is invalid because the interpretation is wrong. And if the compliance certificate is invalid, the building permit is invalid because you have to have a compliance certificate before you have a building permit. So that's what I want stayed. I want the operation activity under the building permit stayed while y'all make your decision.
Do we have
I
a,
agree with you. I agree with you. And that was part of my motion.
And we heard a motion from Arrington. Is there a second? Having not heard a second, then the motion is.
This is Danny again. My understanding is that we are moving to approve or deny the appeal of the zoning administrator's determination, and that is the scope of this meeting tonight.
That is correct.
And it appears that we're not ready to deny or to approve of that appeal. And so I would move that we continue this meeting at a later date in August.
Or as,
I would-
or as determined by the board's schedule availability and the
if we
parties in
can,
this.
if we can schedule this, I think everybody would like this to be solved one way or the other as quickly as possible.
I second that, Danny.
Oh, that's right. You're absolutely right. What is it, 2 weeks?
Yes, well, so either you're setting a date certain right here and now, and there is no notice required if you are able to set a date certain, but if you are having to schedule a date certain, that has to be noticed.
So if we can all agree now to the next hearing, then we don't have to do the 2 week
We
notice.
can set the known date certain at this point.
Right
Or
now.
if not, we have to schedule another meeting.
I'll quickly jump in with just a quick technicality of the board. So your next regularly scheduled meeting is the
August
fourth
25th.
Thursday of August, which is August 25th. In my initial polling of the board for an unrelated matter as a separate case, I have not had a response from a quorum of members to date. So I say that to say,
We'll get you a response.
yeah, well, I say that to say you probably should not set that date certain right here and now, because at least in my polling of the members, I didn't have a quorum.
What we do is what I'm hearing. Pushy, man. Yes. So yeah, what I think we're talking about here is going to the next meeting and taking it up then, or set a date certain today.
Right, but just to clarify that the next regularly scheduled meeting, the 25th, at least in my polling of the board, I have not received a quorum of members available on that date. So that's
will motivate them to reply to you.
so tentatively on that date, but otherwise, I think you all are discussing a date to be determined, whether it is the 25th, dependent on a quorum of members, or some date before or after that.
Yeah. Any comments about it from either side, from either you guys?
Well, I may have to attend by Zoom depending on when you.
That's
schedule.
fine. Oh.
That
Scott
is,
needs to say something.
so there is one other critical element in terms of the ability to use Zoom either for attendees or board members after August 15th. The governor's state of emergency as related to COVID precautions for open meetings is being, it's my understanding from the town clerk, she might be able to speak a little bit more to this. As of August 15th, the state of emergency is ending, and meeting rules for boards of adjustment and other similar public meetings are reverting back to the existing statutes, which to my general understanding state that both attendees and board members must be in person. So the option for remote board member attendance and or appellee, what have you, to my understanding today will not be available after August 15th.
But then let's do it before August 15th. Let's get this done. I'm gonna be here another week or so. Let's get this done. I've been waiting. I filed my appeal 3 months ago. And I do think I have a right to determination.
I think everybody agrees with you. Just so.
It'll just involve a polling of the parties and the board members.
I think we all agree. Thank you, John, for reminding me to talk.
My week is free all next week.
Okay.
You're not. When do you leave? When do you get back? Of next
Just
week.
lean in a little bit.
So you'll be back Thursday of next week?
Yeah.
Like Thursday, late evening? Good. Okay, okay. You'll be here next Thursday? Arrington, can you be here next Thursday?
Yes.
And Danny?
By Zoom,
I'm sorry?
by Zoom.
Okay.
You're
Zoom.
available via Zoom
And
next Thursday.
There's probably a good chance Martha could, we'd have to check, but right now, all 5 of us can be here next Thursday. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes?
Yeah.
So
So-
that date certain is
August, who's got a calendar?
4th.
So do I hear a mo? Are you going to make that?
I make a motion that we reconvene next Thursday at 5 o'clock,
August 4th.
August 4th, here in this town hall to continue and hopefully,
Is there a second?
Second.
So
so we vote.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Before you adjourn, Mr. Chairman, I want to clarify one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So since we didn't pass the motion that we should grant a stay of the building of this house, that Mr. Burns can continue building the house. Is that right?
That's right. That's what it was voted on. And that's right.
I don't like that, but that's okay.
Okay, we'll adjourn until
Motion to continue,
Continue.
we'll continue until,
not to adjourn.
hold on.
but you're making a motion to continue on a
Continue.
date certain
On a date certain.
Thursday, August 4th at 5
That is
PM
correct.
here.
That is correct.
All in favor?
Oh, I got it.
Aye.
Second.
A
Thank
second.
you.
A
All
second.
opposed? Okay,
All right,
done. Anything else?
I think we're done.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate